Good morning, everybody. Welcome to NinjaTrader Live. My name is Jim Cagnina, Senior Market Strategist, and I am joined by the fabulous Tracy Shuchart, aka ChiGrl, our Senior Economist. Tracy, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good.
It seems like the world is on fire right now, man. We got another mounting to be another risk-off day. What's the new buzz out there in the news?
Well, as you know, 11 minutes after the close yesterday, Trump extended the deadline for striking Iran's energy plants to April 7th. Now, we did see an initial market move on that with index markets sharply higher and crude sharply lower, but that did not last very long. We have since reversed course, and crude is up on the day, index markets down on the day. A quick reminder is it is quadruple witching today. Everybody is watching that 64.75 SPX level. That is the JPM collar long put, meaning dealers are short that put. And if we start sliding below there by any kind of meaningful move, they're going to have to start hedging their position by selling futures. So keep an eye on that. Could have a down day. Then let's talk a little bit about what is happening in the oil markets. Of course, first we had Qatar. And this is how everything filters down in the economy. And we talked about this with Abdul Aziz on Tuesday. If you didn't get to see that episode, go watch that episode. But we have Qatar issued a force majeure for LNG liftings through May now. They are a major exporter to Europe and to PAC Asia. We had Vietnamese airlines are slashing flights on April due to soaring jet fuel prices and supply constraints on the industry. So we are starting to see airlines having to cut back because they can't get a hold of jet fuel. We have India is now closing fertilizer plants on the lack of LNG in their country. That will affect food prices and likely will affect food prices globally. We've got a helium shortage now due to the Middle East conflict. Now, this is a big problem for the tech industry because helium's used in several key stages of chip making, including cooling, leak detection, and precision manufacturing process. So tech companies are starting to get worried there that they may have to cut back on chip making, which would obviously cause another problem. We have Macquarie said that oil would hit $200 a barrel if the Iran war drags until June. So there is that. Economists are warning that the conflict could push inflation to mid-sixes by June if we don't see a swift end of the war. And they are still worried, even if some resolution to the conflict is found quickly, the material cost shock has already been felt, and they expect that the impact of the conflict to show up across a broad range of prices consumers face, and rather quickly. And then last but not least, we have data today, kind of quiet. We have at 10 a.m., we have University of Michigan sentiment, 1-year inflation, and 5 and 10-year inflation. It'll be interesting, I think, to see what, if any, have we seen a shift in sentiment. And that is at 10 a.m. Eastern time.
Well, so Shy, that force majeure of Qatar LNG was for 90 days. They're anticipating this to go all the way through May and then some.
Yes, well, and also if you remember, they did sustain damage to some of their facilities. That's going to take in and of itself 3 to 5 years to repair. So there are a lot of problems over there. So yeah, I extended out to May now, to say the least.
There's the understatement of the day. There are a lot of problems. Oh man. Well, we have a great lineup today at NinjaTrader Live. We're gonna as usual. It's Ferragamo Friday, Capital Preservation Friday. We have Blake Morrow that's going to be on here in a second, and the Mighty Pax is going to be joining us. Trading live in midday markets, we are going to have Christian trading boxes. He was here yesterday. He's going to come back with XYZ. They might be in the robes today. Who knows? We have Lumi and Stowe joining them a little bit later. So we're going to finish strong today. We're going to 1 o'clock instead of 12 noon. Remember, everybody, Fridays goes to 1 o'clock now. So looking forward to that. Can't wait. All right. Well, let's not hesitate. Let's get the one and only Pipsar in here. Blake Morrow. Blake, how are
Hey,
you,
good morning,
buddy?
guys.
Look how happy you are. I mean, it just kills me that how happy and awake you are. And it's what? It's 2 in the morning in Arizona or
Yeah,
something like that.
yeah, but I'm already halfway through my day, and I've already had 6 cups of coffee, so I'm good. So
Oh my goodness.
working on number 7 right now. So no, how you guys doing? What a week, right?
What a week.
Ooh.
Right off the top of the bat, the first question I had for you, I was thinking about this last night, is this relentless strength in the US dollar versus most of the major currency pairs. Is this just a wartime phenomenon, or what's going on here?
Yeah, that's it. It's just risk premium, and people are, and I do think positioning was kind of poor in the obviously when the euro was trading at 120, the dollar was sold pretty aggressively, and we've seen a lot of that unwind, and people are just like, there's really no other place to be than in the dollar in a situation like this, and unfortunately, when you take a look around, you know, I don't know if there's any easy way out of the situation we're in right now. So when you come towards the weekend and you're approached with the idea like, oh my gosh, anything can happen over the weekend. Nothing really good happens after the close. I don't think I want to own anything but the dollar, and then I can reevaluate everything on Sunday night. And so this is a de-risking process that we're probably going to end up going through every Friday for, who knows how long, but until we put this issue to bed in the Middle East, which everybody's got an opinion here on what or how long that looks like. Yeah, I think the dollar is just going to continue to be in demand, at least at the end of the week, as people de-risk, like sessions like today, especially.
Yeah, I mean, Shai, how does the strengthening dollar affect the commodity markets? I mean, it just seems like there's this direct relationship between the two that's pretty fierce.
Well, not this morning. We actually have
Yeah.
metals are up this morning, crude's up this morning, so the dollar is not actually pressuring commodities too much, at least not for today, which is quite interesting because we generally have seen a general risk off. We have seen metals go with the index markets, but this morning it looks a little bit differently, where we are not seeing that same correlation, which I thought was interesting.
Well, so Shai, I'm looking at the gold chart right now. I mean, it does seem like we're just sitting on top of a 150-day moving average, and we've been kind of sitting there for like 5 days right now. So it seems kind of sideways.
Yes, it is a little bit, well, it is a little bit sideways. It's been a little bit sideways. So, I mean, if you back out into, you know, a daily chart, so,
Yeah.
but still, it's still positive on the day when indices are negative, which is not what we're used to seeing
Right,
as of
right, right.
late.
So why? Blake, are we profit taking here, or is just giving us a signal?
You know what I'm going to make you do, Jim?
I know.
Do you,
All right,
do you
I got to
got
go
you got your
way
drawing
out.
tools?
I got to go way out to 2000 and zero.
Okay. All right. Let me be a little easier on you today. So gold, and we don't have to go all the way out. Actually, we can zoom back in, believe it or not. This bounce has been very shallow. One of the things that I've always relied on for the last 30 years since I learned how to trade with technicals, I learned Fibonacci's. Fibonacci's are really important in what I do, and have been, since the 90s. There's two really critical Fibonacci levels. One of them is the 618 retracement, which is also known as the golden fib, which is actually the golden fib is the 161% extension, but the 618 is most commonly touched. Now, when you're in a trending market, the Fibonacci level that is the most important, which is the second most important in my book, is the 38.2, which means if you take that peak, kind of where your cursor's at, not that one, but the one to the right, Jim. Yeah, and then you go all the way down to our recent low. Yeah,
All right,
you take that, yeah, that
yep,
high.
yeah. I'm gonna start over.
Okay.
I'm gonna start over. I'm gonna
Yeah,
get
no problem.
I'm gonna catch up to you. I picked the wrong one. So I'm gonna here's the swing high here is on the March 2nd, and then we're
Correct.
gonna just
Yep.
kind of eyeball it a
All,
little
yep.
bit, going all the way down to
Yeah.
this wick or no? Do you
That,
do?
yep.
Yep.
Perfect.
There we
Now
go.
notice the 38% retracement, which was the high this week, right?
Yeah.
That's right. That's where that top of that green candle was. So that suggests that this downtrend is still very much in favor and is prominent. So while we're below that spike high that you saw, I guess that was on Wednesday. I don't have gold on my screen. I should actually be looking at it over here on my screen too. That would be around the 4610 level, 4600.
Yep.
I guess that's what I was looking at spot. But anyway, right around there, as long as we remain below that, the risk is still to the downside. And matter of fact, if we start hitting new lows sometime in the very near future, then you're starting to look at an equal leg move, which would be A, B, C, D, which unfortunately for gold longs would put us really, closer to 3,000, which I don't see that right now. But I've seen crazier. We've all seen crazier things in the market. Whenever you say, I just don't see that happening, it can happen. Believe me, markets are really good at surprising everybody. So anyway.
Yeah. Well, the rest of the metals though aren't is healthy, right? I mean, copper is back below. Let's pull up a copper chart. It's back below a 5.5 handle here.
Yeah.
Shai, is Dr. Copper ready to tell us something by falling out of bed here?
So, well, actually, we have seen a bounce this week a little bit, and that's due to excess China demand. We're seeing strong demand out of China, and their stocks are now at the lowest they have been in years because weaker prices and demand is still high, particularly their huge market for EVs, which require a lot of copper. So we are seeing a little bit of help from that market in copper. But I think we are seeing now kind of the traditional Dr. Copper worried about the global economy, right? Because if inflation spikes, we're going to see the global economy slow down. And I think copper is kind of sniffing that out right now.
Yeah, do you think but the conflict that's happening right now, Shai, do you think that this is kind of countries are going to be like, hey, wait a second, maybe this wind and solar and geothermal stuff and nuclear is a good idea. Maybe we should go back and focus on that now that we have this problem with what's going on in the Middle East.
Well, the problem with wind and solar is that you cannot use that as baseload power because it's intermittent. So that's out for powering any kind of data center or, powering homes. It's good for supplemental power, but not power overall, particularly for a data center that you can't have outages consistently. And so wind and solar are out. But I think, nuclear stocks have gotten hit with everything else, of course. After they had a really great end of the year last year. But again, the focus will have to be on natural gas and nuclear to power anything because that is baseload and it's clean. The only issue with nuclear is that it takes longer to build out than, say, a gas plant or even a gas pipeline. You could put a gas pipeline. Data centers are talking about going directly to the gas pipeline instead of through utility companies. But those pipelines need to be built, but they can be built faster than a nuclear reactor.
Jim, do you mind if I jump in here really quick? And I always have to sit here and I'm always in awe. Tracy, I've been leaning on Tracy for years and years on her expertise in energy. Still just kind of blows me away every time she, tells this stuff, which makes sense going back to what we're dealing with right now. and why once this whole Iranian situation, this war really started, you look at like, just go back to currencies, you look at what's happened with the yen and how bad the yen has gotten crushed literally since the start of this war. And Japan's having a hard time, getting its nuclear reactors back online, and I think that's one of the things that's really just kept the yen under pressure. Wouldn't you agree with that, Trace?
Yeah, absolutely. And they're a huge importer of energy too, right? They import all of
Yeah.
their natural gas via LNG. And so they are very dependent on imports for all their energy needs. And also, they shut down a bunch of reactors. They are getting those back up. But again, that takes time as well. And so that is definitely affecting the country.
So if I've learned anything today, it's that let's draw some fibs on daily charts and look for that 38.1% retracement. I mean, we just literally just tapped it right here in the yen on this big green candle and then forget about it, sold back off. I guess, Blake, I have a little bit of support down here, but this looks like we could break down even further. Is that a possibility?
Oh yeah, oh definitely. And we just last night, the finance minister, Japan's finance minister, verbal intervention, and I just view it as verbal garbage because unless they act, the market's going to say, they're going to give them the bird and say, you know what, prove it. You guys can talk about currency volatility and talk about, too rapid of a decline in the end, blah, blah, blah. But until you actually intervene now, we don't care. I'm not saying that that's the right trade either. I'm not saying that we should everybody should run out and just start, shorting yen.
Yeah.
But we know that that's always a risk, but the market is going to continue to press. And that's the thing about, this situation. This situation is so, crazy, and it's so fluid that every time there's risk out there, people just punish the yen because they're like, look, the Strait of Hormuz is still, for all intents and purposes, shut. Very little and very limited activity, and Japan's screwed. And so the yen could literally fall through that floor and at any moment. So I haven't traded the yen at all, really, since the start of the Iran war. And I don't know if I will until this conflict is over, because it is such an unknown right now. But if you are trading it, there are risks on both sides, heavily skewed.
Yeah, I mean, a great commissioner of King in chat, nice name, asked about intervention at 160 in the yen. Is that a possibility?
I'm gonna say this kind of what I said last week. I think I said it last week, or even the week before. This 160 yen level, I'm sure there's a little bit of activity there. But if I was the Ministry of Finance and I was the Bank of Japan, and I believe that they are some of the most savvy traders out there. These central bank traders are really, really good. If we stay below 160, we're likely to break through it, but we're going to break through it in some sort of acceleration or acceleration of the ground war. And that's when I think that we'll actually break through 160. If I was the Bank of Japan or Ministry of Finance, I'd be waiting for that to happen. I'd be waiting for a move towards 162, 163. Let all the speculators just totally pile in selling yen. And then that is when the central bank should be stepping in and putting everybody on the wrong side of the market. So it makes sense to me that they're not intervening at these levels. I think they're in a wait and see mode. Let's see if we can attract a few more roaches into the roach motel before we reverse it. So,
oh, there's an analogy. Thanks for that. Let's pivot over to Treasury. Shai, we were talking a little bit this morning about the Treasury market. Prices are definitely falling out of bed today. Where's the end game here? Is there one?
Yeah. No, I don't think, we have the 10-year sitting at 4.46% right now. That hits 5 and people start getting really worried. So, that's when kind of that panic sets in the markets. So just keep an eye on the 10-year. I keep saying that. And it's really the most concerning thing about the fall in the Treasury market is the velocity of which we're falling. And that's why that I think we're seeing more pressure on the index markets and where they're more correlated, because it's how fast they're falling that's kind of shaking up the markets.
Yeah, I'm just kind of did again. I drew another Blake Morrow fib line on the fly on my 30-year
Yes.
Treasury bond chart, and that 38.1% retracement didn't happen, right? So we kind of made some lows here at a 111 handle. We'll get some more PAX lines on this thing in a couple of minutes, but we dipped into the 111 handle. We're almost there again, right as we speak. And the only little tiny baby retracement right here got us a little bit above the 23.6, but then that ADMA was like, no, hold my beer, not going to happen, and kind of kept pushing us down here. I mean, this is, from a technical point of view, this is looking at pretty darn bearish.
Yeah.
So
I think
go ahead, Trace.
No, go ahead, because I wanted to switch to another instrument.
Oh, yeah. I was
Go
just
ahead
gonna
if you
say,
have something to say about bonds.
no, I just want to add on. I'm so glad, Jim, you're really clinging on to this 38% retracement. When people always tell you, "Oh, watch the price action, watch the price action," as a new trader, you're like, well, what does that even mean? And really to translate it for everybody out there, especially if you're kind of newer in the markets, when something consolidates like a downtrend like you're showing here, Jim, and we're just consolidating at the lows, that's a very bearish price action. And to put it in context, you can't even get your bounces are so shallow they can't even get back above that 38% retracement. That suggests that the risks are much higher, that we have a continuation lower. It's once you get past or back above, in this case, back above the 38% retracement, or you start retracing past that level, that's when you can start saying, we're going to see a much bigger retracement. So when you're reading price action on a chart, this is just telling you, man, price action is bearish. It's just consolidating at the lows. There are no buyers here. And until you start seeing maybe some higher highs, higher lows at this point, you got to just, chalk this one up to a bearish trend. Anyway, sorry, I didn't want to step in, but
no, Shy, which do we turn left or right? What are we looking at next?
That's very happy. I wanted to talk about Bitcoin because we talked about this last week, and Blake and I were saying that it looked kind of flaggy, and it looks like that flag is almost ready to break. So if you look at the daily chart on the Bitcoin, we are seeing kind of a big move down this morning as well.
That's right. The Bitcoin, Jim.
I came prepared.
The Bitcoin.
I've got I got my Kraken t-shirt on for the Bitcoin.
No, I agree, Tracy. It really does look flaggy. I know we had Jim draw it out last week. We are actually at flag support, and again, I don't see any easy way out of what's happening in the Middle East right now. I just don't. And I think anybody that's holding any type of risk, whether it's Bitcoin, whether it's equities, whether it's, currencies, whatever risk that you got out there, whether fixed income, you're like, oh my God, yields are going to continue higher. Obviously today, as Jim was just pointing, just showed you the charts of the ZBs. This is all pointing to, de-risking, and Bitcoin just looks heavy. I mean, I still see that 50,000, 53,000 is a very strong possibility at this point. I know Bitcoin can trade over the weekend, but if you're trading futures, you can't, right? So you're going to continue to de-risk into the weekend if you need to.
Yeah, but you could power up your Kraken Pro app and you could do it over the weekend, by the way.
Now we're talking. We're talking.
There you go.
I have a swing low April 2024, just south of 50,000 at 49,795. I kept that there for a reason, just in case. So
yeah, I think those are still very doable levels, and I'm a fan. I'm a big. I don't want to say I'm a believer in crypto. That's not really the right place for my head to be. But I believe it's so woven into the financial industry that it's not going anywhere. It is truly a tradable product. And so, am I a long-term believer thinking that Bitcoin's going to eventually be, $1 million, 20 years from now? Yeah, maybe. I mean, it's possible, but I do think that it is definitely a great trading product. And I do think I don't think it's going anywhere. So if we see anything sub 50,000, Jim, Tracy, I'm all over it. I'm gonna be getting long and just putting some away. Not only putting some away, but also from a tradable point of view, I'll be firing up my Kraken Pro app and getting long some Bitcoin, the Bitcoin.
Yeah, and Shai, there's still that Clarity Act floating around on Capitol Hill, right? That possibly could get voted for.
Yep. We'll have to see that right now. See, what happens with that.
Yeah,
there's some more pressing issues on Capitol Hill right now.
Well, right. But on that note, Shai, I mean, there is some movement. Maybe we're going to have some TSA folks back at work, and that part might be funded soon, right?
Yes, we got the Senate did pass that. It will go back to the House. If it passes the House, then it goes to Trump for his signature, and then TSA is funded, and hopefully the airline mess will be cleaned up for people to be able to move about the country easier.
Well, it's funny too, because that kind of news would move the needle on the equity markets, some other markets as well. And it ain't happening. I mean, it's totally overshadowed by the Straits, right?
Unfortunately, that is the concern right now. So, data hasn't moved this market all week. Probably will continue not to do so until we get some sort of resolution on traffic going through the Strait.
Yeah. Oh, well, we'll see how it goes. Let's just take a peek at the E-mini S&P really quickly here. We're going to probably get some more detailed levels. We will for sure with PAX, but this is a daily candle. We're down about 7.83% from the calendar year high. That's a napkin kind of calculation. And we're starting to creep into that territory that's from a passive investor point of view, folks are going to really start to worry at this point. Let's start with you, Blake. I mean, could we see a 20% drawdown here?
I'm not quite looking for that, but let's go back to Jim. Can I ask you to zoom out? Yeah, zoom out so you can. Yeah, keep going, baby. Yeah, and then you have to tighten that up a little bit. Yes, and all the way down to that spike low that was back in April of 2025. You notice we're only at a 20. Well, if you draw a fib from that spike low to the high,
I'm getting there.
I know. I got you working this morning, but I'll talk you through it. From that low to high, we're at a 24% retracement, which is the most. Right now would be the minimum expectation on any pullback to continue this trend. It'd be about a 23.8 or 24% retracement. Notice where we're at. Now, you notice where the 38% retracement's at. It's at 6,200. And if you just look left, it's going to take you basically to the highs back in January, February 2025. And so you want to talk about a bull trend, market's still bullish, but probably could be weak enough to shake out a lot of the, shake the trees. I was trying to envision myself like when you're trading the markets like to turn you upside down and grab you by your ankles and shake you a little bit and see what drops out of your pocket. It's trying to shake out a lot of weak hands. And I think we could really see 6,200 longer term and not disrupt the bullish trend that we're in right now. And it seems so realistic in this environment that we could see something like that in the weeks ahead. So,
and if at that 38.2% retracement, if you look, that was near the highs before we had the April puke in 2025. So that was resistance, now becomes support.
Yeah, that's exactly it. And so that seems like very realistic in this environment. Like, if you just kind of take a step back and you're like, okay, it's not going to be 4 to 6 weeks. Maybe it's going to end up being more like 8 to 10 to 12 weeks. Market's going to get freaked out. We're going to continue to bleed lower. It's going to start, triggering some sell orders. It's, people are going to get, shaken out. Yeah, let them get shaken out. We get back to 6,100, 6,200 in the S&P. That's a 38% retracement. It's probably a very viable level to be, catching some falling knives, or maybe catching a falling piano. I don't know, whatever you want to do, whatever it looks like to you. But those are levels that I'm going to be really more attracted to being on the long side.
Yeah, I have an August 1st, 2025 swing level at 62.40-ish, give or take. But Shai, let me just ask you real quick. I know we're up against time, but when is like a recession fear real here? I mean, what levels the E-mini S&P got to get to?
So, I mean, I think a recession can happen and still have markets at their highs. I think the markets are kind of been completely divorced from recessions. Many argue, you know what I mean? So I don't see the two as the same. I don't think necessarily you need to see the S&P 500 plunge and that necessarily be correlated with a recession, because we've seen a plunge before and we didn't have a recession.
Yeah.
That makes sense to me. So I think this is more economic data, because no matter what, you have to think you're always going to have passive flows into this market. Even if we're in a recession, everyone's still got 401ks, et cetera, pension funds that are just automatically feeding the index markets.
Yeah. Totally makes sense. Thanks for that, Shai. Blake, we're up against time, but last words go to you, man. What's happened? What's your final thoughts for today and the weekend?
Well, I'd like to believe that we have a, till, I think, what did you say, Tracy? It was April 7th, April 6th. I forget what it was. We have 10 days, but the market still feels very de-risky because, we thought there were talks happening in Iran, and then we went in and just attacked. So, we remember several weeks ago, 3 weeks ago. So the market still has that fresh in its mind. People are de-risking. So it may not be the best day to be stepping in front of the market, but at the same time, you got to watch yourself and remember, keep risk small, target trade, find the levels you want to trade, get in at those levels and those levels only, and no FOMO.
Awesome. Well,
no
I really
FOMO.
No FOMO, you hope. Oh.
No, we're gonna get to JOMO in a minute with our next with PAX. But appreciate you guys. You guys are awesome as usual. I love Friday mornings talking to you guys. Looking forward to it already for next Friday. I will Shai, I'll talk to you a little bit later. Blake, you have a great weekend.
You do the same.
Appreciate you guys.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
All right, it is time for Capital Preservation Friday and Ferragamo Friday, all wrapped up into one. Let's get Pax in here. There he is, man. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you, man.
No. That was great. That was a great conversation. And Blake, it's 2 hours. It's 5:30 in the morning, Blake time. And he's always so happy and chipper and smart and engaging, and his analysis is great. I love sitting there listening to him. I was just doing some math on my phone and just kind of, just trying to make sense of some of what he thought. Yeah. Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. Happy Capital Preservation Friday.
Yeah, Blake brings a bigger picture analysis to the table. Right. Yes. When he starts talking about those 38% retracements and look left, Jim, don't squish things up so much.
Yes.
That is kind of a refreshing kind of thing. Because a lot of times, us day traders, we're looking at, a smaller time frame. We're looking at opening range measured in 30 seconds. So it's good to get that point of view from him for sure.
I'm not looking at opening range, for scalps. I'm looking at it for swings.
Yeah.
And the swing here in the S&P, the first swing completes at 64.40. That's just a simple 154 point, swing from the quarterly pivot. underneath 64.40, it's just another, it's very simple, just another 154 points.
So
So
hang
that
on,
takes
hang
us,
on. Let me slow down, Pax. Let me get these lines on my chart. So you said 64.40?
yeah, 64.40. So we'll get there today. The point that, and we'll talk about that in a second. The point of what I want to make, though, or the point that I want to make is my trading process is a swing process at heart. I'm going to use the opening range to give me intraday swings, and those intraday swings are going to be 15 handles in the S&P and 65 at least to start. But then all those macro zones that we talk about every Friday and I talk about every Sunday, those are the swings. So this week's swing, 65.94, up to 60, what was the high? 67.48, 154 points. So when we get back below there, what the market does on the upside, the market will in fact do on the downside, and that will then give us equidistant swings. So that takes us down someplace to the 62 handle. That's only 200 points away. I think we get way below the 62 handle. You asked earlier with Blake if 20% was no. I certainly do not think that 20% is out of range. It would take a lot more to. It'll take a lot more to get us there, but that's the 56 handle. But we can. Crazier things have happened, and none of this, the market doesn't. No matter how much money they've created, and the Fed has created and injected, directly and indirectly, none of it likes uncertainty, and wherever you look, it's uncertain.
So Pax, how did you? I mean, you're like a genius in numbers. I just kind of use my measurement tool to see where the 20% drawdown is, and it's at approximately 56.40. I
Yeah,
mean,
56, yeah, someplace in there. I don't know.
how do you do it?
I don't know. I can't do simple math. I have to look at my phone or I have to count on my hands. But things like that just kind of, I see, like patterns kind of naturally. And I remember things that are my wife always laughs. Jen always laughs at me that I remember things very, I have an odd memory. Like we went to the grocery store. I went to the grocery store last night and I couldn't remember what in the hell I went to the grocery store for. Sometimes I've got 5 kids. Sometimes I can't remember one of the kids' names. I get them jumbled with each other, but I can remember, all of these. I can remember all this crazy stuff, trades that I made in 1999 or, 2013 or,
Oh
all
my
kinds
God.
of crazy stuff. But it's also, Jimmy, it's also, this is my business.
Yeah, I know.
And I make it my business to know my business.
Yeah. Good point. Good point. I can't, wait till you're my age, Pax. I can't even remember to bring the garbage to the curb on a Thursday night. And I hear the trucks coming at 5:30 in the morning. I'm running around in my pajamas trying to get the can out there in time.
It's so funny you said that because I did that literally this morning and it was pouring rain. I did that same exact thing, running down the driveway with the 2 cans in my hand, waving at the guy. But the guy knows, like if he doesn't see the cans, he'll sit there for a second. I mean, there isn't anybody whose palm I don't touch that doesn't catch a 20 that doesn't catch a double sawski when I see him.
Oh,
so
yeah.
he'll wait for that double sawbuck.
No, our truck guy drives it like it's a F1 race car. He stops for no man.
It's hilarious.
Anyway, good thing I sleep in pajamas though. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah,
anyway.
Me too. So what a crazy week, right? I mean, I got to tell you, this is exhausting. It's I don't know if it's because I'm older and I'm not nearly as aggressive, trading, in capital preservation mode and, but forever. But I mean, I was telling Blake before you guys came on, it was short yesterday nicely from the quarterly pivot at 65.95. It took profit all the way down to 65.25. And then that right on the close, that spike up on the news and came up and wasn't paying any attention. I had my stops in for a scratch, got scratched out. High was 65.97 and, now we're 100 lower. I put them back on in the 70s, but still, I mean, this stuff is, it's crazy. And I don't know that I've ever seen markets like this, even when things were very, very thin on the floor, like, 9/11-ish,
yeah.
We still had relatively decent price action. And I was thinking about this too, is that, remember the first Gulf War in the 90s? That was the first war that was kind of executed live on TV. Wolf Blitzer, CNN,
Yeah, yeah. Desert
and then,
Storm, baby.
Yeah, right. And then Shock and Awe, that was also live on TV in 2003. This is being played out, and then it got to be, news became whatever it is now. Maybe it was then too, but this is being played out. Not only is it, is this war being played out live on social media, but so is the propaganda from all sides. And it's playing out live, and nobody knows how things are going to shake out. So we get these huge spikes up, and then we get these trades back down with huge spikes up in the equities, in the indices, in gold, in crude, everybody, in the bonds, everybody gets stopped out. They reposition, and it gets crazy. It gets crazy.
Well, but the news, like, I mean, the way the news is distributed is so much different than Desert Storm. I mean, it's nearly instantaneous. It's, you've got so many different outlets too, because of social media. You got True Social, you got Bloomberg, you got CNBC, you got you name it, X. You've got all sorts of stuff. You'll have a guy in Qatar that says, no, this is what they just did. Here's the video of it. That's real-time information that just wasn't there before, and as a result, there's nobody kind of condensing it into a message. The messages are you got to figure out what the messages are, and then the best way to figure out what the messages are, you look at the price of the futures markets, because the futures markets are efficient and they're the smartest markets around.
Right. That is exactly right. So, I mean, I read something about, I read, I don't know, a pro-war stance, and you think, oh, well, isn't that logical and well thought out and rational? Maybe I've got the wrong idea. And then, you go back to, oh, we don't want this war. This is no good. And you think, oh, isn't that logical and rational and well thought out? And, oh my gosh, maybe I'm against it. So whatever. I mean, just pick a topic, and you're going to get an opposite view, and usually they're well thought out. So what do? You look at the futures markets. Watch, for a while it was well, it still is. Crude is a leading indicator. You want to see what the markets are doing, take a look at crude. Crude is you have to have a crude dome up, because when crude gets thin, whippy, and starts to rally and break, or crude starts to rally, that the indices are going to break. And you see, I don't know. Yeah, you just have to really be on your toes. And you have to keep somebody just asked me about stops. You have to keep your stops tight. Well, it depends. It depends on how you're going to trade. And it depends who asked me that about my stops. So it depends on, and now listen, I don't know anything. I am not privy to any top secret information. I'm not reading any briefs. What do I know? What I'm reading is on Twitter, and
Yeah.
Okay.
So by the way,
don't take my word for it.
By the way, Pax, just to quickly interrupt you, I have an edge over everybody. I got a secret weapon. I've got Shy on speed dial, so I can say, what the F does that mean?
I do that too. I text Tracy, and she always gets back to me with a quick answer. Yeah. But so if I've got an opposite opinion than don't take my harebrained opinion for truth. It's just whatever. I mean, but what I do know is I do know how to make money, and I do know how to trade, and I know how to survive. So back to stops. It depends on what I'm looking for, and I'll show you when I trade the spread here, the E-mini micro spread in 45 minutes. I'm right or right out on everything. But when I'm trading my macro zones, like, I'm short below 65.95, I'm going to widen my stop. So yesterday's opening range was right there at 86 to 93. So I'm going to sell those with the stop above 95. I'm going to sell those 86s. But I'm looking to make 70 I'm looking to make 70 handles down, or 60 handles down to 65.20 on the first quarter of my unit, and then looking to make another 100 handles down to 65, or another 80 handles down to 64.40 on the second half of my unit, and then I'll decide whether or not I'm going to keep the second half. So my stops are going to be wider because my profit margin is going to be bigger. those are the bigger swings that I'm using the opening range and my macro zones for. So my stops are wider, but if you look at it from a right or right out standpoint, those are still right or right out trades. And in this stuff, when I take profit on a trade, my stops are always 100% of the time at a scratch. A lot of you guys call them break-even stops. A break-even stop is not a scratch stop. All right. If I sell, we're trading right now at 64.93. If I sell 93s and and I pay for the trade and take profit, I'm going to put in a 93 stop. That's a scratch. If I'm going to use a break-even stop, if I made 10 points on the trade, I'm going to use those 10 points for my stop. And so I sell 93s, maybe my stop is at 97, and that's break-even. See what I mean?
Yeah.
It's a misnomer.
So your approach, it's very defined, right? You know what you're looking for. You just articulated it. You know what you're looking for at any given day. You're coming in. And Christian's really good at this too, setting up his game plan ahead of time. And with you though, I mean, obviously it's a natural thing, right? You've been doing this for so long, and this is just all in your head, and boom, you could just articulate it and execute.
Yeah, it's one of the reasons why I love Christian so much is because he and I think a lot similarly. He had a tweet the other day I thought was beautiful about his why and knowing what our whys are. When he talked about his kidney transplants and and taking care of his family because they took care of him. I love that kid. I really do. I've always. And please don't get offended if I call somebody a kid. It's just I call everybody kid.
Yeah. No, he makes me cry when he does stuff like that.
Yeah, me too. Me too.
Yeah.
When I met him, we met in Naples, and we worked out together. I've got heart issues, I got cancer issues, whatever. And so we worked out together, and just it felt like we've known each other forever because we meet here on YouTube or we meet in the show, but it felt like and we did meet in Naples in October or last March when we first at the inauguration of the show. But what a great kid, and I love the way he trades because he's got his plan, and his job during the trading day is not to analyze his plan. His job during the trading day, as mine is to take action. The time for thinking for me is before the market opens and after the market closes. I'm not looking at 5-minute charts with 15-minute overlays and a 30-minute this and a 5-second that and a 30-second this. I already know what prices I'm going to trade long before the market opens. I'm just going to use the the indicator, the PAX indicator on Ninja. I'm going to use those 15 handle swings to be able to define my intraday swings. So my intraday trading is going to be similar but different than my swing trading. Similar, not the same, but not different. Right? It's going to be similar but not different. So. Christian does the same basic thing. My during the trading day, I'm not paid to think, I'm paid to react. People that are paid to think are analysts, and I'm not an analyst. So I'm a trader, so I'm paid to react. So write that down. I am not paid to think, I am paid to react.
Yeah.
And a lot of times I think people have a difficult time in understanding that I don't trade on charts. I mean, when I trade, we're going to see the opening range indicator, and we're going to the PAX indicator, and we're also going to see the 15 handle rotations, the NASDAQ 65 handle rotations. We're going to see those. But I'm not going to look for patterns during the trading day or tops or bottoms or fair value gaps or, whatever kind of stuff that people talk about that are, subjective and difficult to explain and difficult to adhere to over the long run. I need to keep my trading objective, not subjective. My trading is subjective enough because of what I'm bringing to the screens. I need to keep my trading objective so that I can take effective action and I can protect myself. Define my trade. This is what Chris does. This is what I preach constantly. Define my trade before I take it. I'm going to be short at 65.95. I'm going to take profit at 65.25. I'm going to take more profit at 64.40, and I'm going to sell more underneath it. That's a swing trade. My stops are at not break even, but it scratches. I know where
we're making new lows right now as we speak.
I'm watching, yeah. And there's some pretty big size there's some pretty big size that was on the bids here at like 94. 94 and a couple of thousand were bought on nickels. There were a couple of nickels up there. So, there's just a lot of interesting things going on in these markets. Define your risk. Define your risks. Define your risk. Define your trade before you take it. Yeah. I traded, I don't know, 10,000. I was 10% of the NASDAQ volume for a little bit in the pit. And I did that without the use of charts. I would write my targets down. I knew that, at 64.40, I'd take profit. At 4.40, I'd sell more. I knew that I'd be able to react to what was going on in the pit. So all of those prices I would write down on a trading card. I actually have them. They're on my desk in front of me. I would write them down, and I do the same thing on the screen. On the screens, I know what price I'm going to trade before I get there. I know where I'm right. I know where I'm wrong. I know where I'm adding. Okay.
So, Pax, when you were on the floor, did they still allow smoking on the floor?
No, I'm not that old. No,
they did. They did in the 70s in the bond pit. It was craziest thing. Like,
they
what?
stopped it. I think they stopped at mid 80s. So Dude, I smoked until 2013.
But the floor's littered with paper. It's like the craziest thing.
So everybody told me that they had you had to walk out of the pit to smoke. There was you can smoke just outside the pit.
Yeah.
You couldn't smoke in the pit, and that was up until the mid 80s, I think.
Crazy stuff. Speaking about Paulie put in it. Paulie, good to see you, Paulie. Thanks for being here as usual. Paulie says, "Hey, Jim and Pax, you've got to remember that some of us are older than dirt." Well, I'll tell you, I had the privilege of having lunch with Paulie, and yeah, maybe he's older than us, but he's not old, man. That guy's got energy. He looks great, sounds great. He's young at heart for sure.
Remember yesterday? So Salma was making fun of me. We were FaceTiming. She was helping me with this Navin app, whatever. Yeah. So me and then Salma and I end up having these long conversations about the market and trading and stuff. So Salma and I were talking yesterday, FaceTiming, and I couldn't figure out how to flip the screen. So she's laughing at me, calling me a boomer, and somebody had called me. I was talking about something on Twitter the night before, and somebody else called me a boomer, and that kind of like. I'm not a boomer. That aggravated me. So I realized yesterday talking to Salma, well, I might not be a boomer, but I give, like my kids say, I give boomer energy. I don't know what that means. Dad, you give. I give what? You give boomer energy. So maybe I do. So Paulie, you give me hope. My brother, you give me hope. Certainly,
dude, I'm embracing the boomer category. I did, and I pushed back for a while because when I grew up, and in high school you have a history class and all that stuff, and the baby boomers were defined as the folks coming home from World War II who benefited from the GI Bill, who bought their first houses, all the subdivisions were being built, and they started having kids. That was 1946, right? I wasn't born in 1946. I was born in 1963. And so how far do you extend this notion of baby boomer past World War II? So I was pushing back for a while, but now I'm like, you know what? I'm proud to be in that group now.
I always wanted to be a baby boomer when I was a kid, but I was born in 68. So I'm at the beginning of the Gen X. Yeah. Gen X. The last, that was a tweet that somebody called me a boomer. We are the last generation in all of humanity to grow up before the internet age, or before the internet age, I think. Isn't that crazy? The last generation in humanity. That's crazy, man.
I know. It is super, super crazy. And folks who didn't grow up in the 70s as a kid, and even the 80s, they have no idea. If you grew up in the 90s or 2000s as a high school kid, or even a grade school kid, you didn't build your own wooden ramp, with bricks holding it up and drive your big wheel over it,
right,
and hope you don't get killed. They didn't do that.
No, and our bikes up until I think like 6th or 7th grade, maybe. Our bikes, we garbage picked our bikes and we put them together with different pieces, and then we moved to 93rd and Pulaski, like 20 blocks south from Market Park, and me and my brother Donnie would ride our makeshift bikes to to this bike store, and we test drove these bikes, and it was a turkey bird. Well, a turkey bird is what you call somebody from Ireland. So it was a turkey bird that knew my dad, that owned the joint. His name was Tobar. I'll never forget it. It wasn't really, his name was Jimmy Howe, but he let us ride these bikes in the courtyard. Raleigh Reynolds. It was white. It was the most beautiful bicycle I've ever seen. Oh, we can't afford it, my dad would say. No chance, no chance. We came down that Christmas and those bikes were there. It was the best Christmas of my life. I'll never forget that Christmas. My only new bike in my whole life. How about that? Or baseball. What would you do? What would you do in the summer, Jimmy? Like, you wake up in the morning, no school. What do you do?
Oh, we were out, man. I mean, the first thing you did was you walked out onto the front yard and you looked around to see what other kids are out there, and you'd organize something, and
That's
usually we used to play this game where it's called different things, fast pitch, Swift, whatever.
Fast pitch.
You would go to the school, you draw a strike zone, with spray paint on the wall, and then you would play baseball off of that. So that was a big thing we did a lot.
That's what I had a brother. Good morning, boomers. Thank you, Salma. Good morning to you. My brother, I have a brother that's a year younger than me. So we'd wake up in the morning and we'd grab our gloves, grab a bat and a ball, and we'd go to the park. And whatever kids were there, Market Park, we go to, and whatever kids were at the ball field at Market Park, we played baseball all day. And maybe there was, we're missing two guys. So you could, if you hit, you can only hit to right. I'm lefty. So you can only hit to right field.
Yeah.
If you hit it to left field, you're out, and then if for righties, that kind of thing. So when nobody showed up, my brother Donnie and I would go play fast pitch against each other. And that always, 100% of the time, always ended in a fist fight. The two of us beating the shit out of each other, coming home with bloody faces, and my grandmother, my Irish grandmother, going crazy. Oh God, I'm coming. I'm coming, Maddie. My grandfather was named Matt too.
So some great stories here, which leads me into a quick I just want to promo something. We're coming up on the Miami meetup, everybody. Two things to note. One, you're going to hear more stories like this with me and Pax if you come to Miami. We sent out that first round of emails already for folks who expressed interest earlier. So check your spam folders and your junk mail just in case you miss an email. If you get it, if you had an interest in coming, it's going to be super fun. Also, the other thing that's really important to know is we're giving away one free VIP trip to somebody to come. And what that means is we're going to fly out. We're going to put you in a hotel room. That Friday night, you're going to get to hang out with us. We have an exclusive dinner with the NinjaTrader Live contributors and hosts. We're going to be in a really nice restaurant in actually Key Biscayne, Miami. I've been there before. It's really good. And you'll get to be one of us. You'll get to hang out with us. You'll get to hear these stories. You'll get to sit next to Pax, and you'll get all this stuff. And a lot of us are going, so it's going to be a lot of fun. So if you get a chance, Mission Control is going to put that link into the chat. Go ahead and click on that if you're interested. And we're going to do a process to come up with the winner, and one person is going to be able to. We're going to fly them out. So do that if you get a chance. These meetups are a lot of fun, and I'm looking forward to meeting everybody on this thing for sure, Pax. I can't wait. And then on Saturday night, Pax, we have this. There's going to be a bigger group of traders that are going to be with us, hanging out. We have a rooftop, a really nice rooftop restaurant kind of bar that we're going to be in. We're going to have some panels. Our CEO is going to be there also. You get to meet Marty hanging out. I
saw him the other night at dinner.
Yeah, he's.
I saw Marty. I was out for dinner with my daughter Marguerite, and Marty and his family walked in.
Oh, really?
Yeah, in Oak Brook.
Oh, that's hilarious. Yeah. He lives out there somewhere, but and he's a lot of fun too. He's not. CEOs,
he's great.
They got it tied on really tight, and they're collared down, and you
he's
can't
our
joke around with
guy.
them. And Marty shows up in a sweatsuit.
Marty is our kind of guy. Marty is absolutely our kind of guy.
Yeah, he's awesome. I mean, the thing I like about him is he could see around corners, like business-wise. He's really, really, really special. So love him.
No doubt. That's why he's the CEO, and you and I aren't.
Oh my goodness. Anyway, let's go. Let's focus back on some of these markets. What is it? 9 o'clock yet? Yeah, it's almost 9 o'clock, Pax. We got a half hour before the bell rings. And I wanted to talk to you about bonds because we talked. I'm going to put a bond chart up. We talked about this a little bit this morning with Shai and Blake. And I know you have some levels in mind. I mean, this is right now we are making. There's no shadow at the bottom of this wick. We're at 112.02 spot, two bid at three. We're almost at a 111 handle. We have a low on the 23rd of March, and that low was at 11 and 24 30 seconds. And below that, we got a lot of just abyss happening. We have a July 25th swing low at 111.11, which is on my radar screen as a target. And then below that, look it up. There's nothing here, man. It's just empty. Where are we going here, Pax?
111. Well, we got to take out that low the other last week of. So last week it was. This is exhausting. It was either end of last week or the beginning of this week. 111.20. What was it? 111.24.
111.24. Yeah, that's Monday.
We have to take that out, and then we'll trade down to 111.11. Underneath 111.11, we go to 110.01, which is last year's low. Watch the domes. Everybody keep your eye on the domes, the S&P domes. There's some spoofing going on. 87.5 on 1,000. It's 64.87.5 on 1,000. That's a bid. It's bid. I said it like we're in the pit. So watch, and it's a CIC order. Cancel if close. I've seen it. There's been different iterations of it that keep getting kind of smashed off.
Wait, are you talking about the E-mini S&P?
Uh-huh.
I'm going to pull the dome up right now.
Yeah, watch, we're getting there. Watch, we're getting there. See if they're good. Canceled. See, CIC. Now they're going to be bid a little bit below. Watch. Oh, look at 84 on 1,000 now. They're like getting to be like President Trump. Nobody's going to believe that 1,000 lot. Nobody's going to. Soon enough, nobody's going to believe the open diplomacy.
Well, all right. So, Pat.
So yes, bonds.
110.01. 110.01. Where we go after that, though?
Oh, we can go into the 107, 108, 107 area, and then I mean that's that would be disastrous. That would be for the way that the economy is set up and the way that I mean it would be bad for the indices. I don't know that we make it down that low. I'd like I wanted to be short bonds. Donnie and I talk about this a lot. I've been bearish bonds for a while, and Donnie was bullish for a while, and then he said, I mean, we're traders, right? We flip, but we change our minds with the changing environment. But I do think that the 30-year needs to trade down to that level, at least 111.11 and then 110.01. If we make it down there and it holds, and then that's going to be a really big buy.
Yeah.
And that's what I want to see. I want to be able to see, especially as we head into an inflationary period and the Fed's and a new regime under Warsh, it'll be a more accommodative Fed, as the smart people say, and we'll start to see some cuts. So I'd like to be able to find a place to get some long-term bond longs on.
Yeah, but I mean, even for like investors and passive investors, you get to a point where the bond prices are so low, you lock in at that 5% yield, and then later on you could take advantage of the capital appreciation if you want. Yeah. In the meantime, you're clipping coupons, and so there's going to be a level where they're attractive in the cash market anyway. I don't know if we're there yet or not, but I have my radar screen on that as well.
Yeah, I agree. Oh, look at those 85s were canceled. CIC, it's a cancel of close order. Next one. Now it's going to be down at, oh my goodness, hold on. Another 1,000 at, it's 64.80 on 1,600, and it's 64.79 on 1,000. So, people do that. The spoofing happens like that for a lot of reasons. Not to switch gears too far, because this is important to talk about the bonds and the relationship to the indices. But
I already shifted back.
Well, I'll go back to it. I'll weave back around. President Trump never seems to make the weave, but I'll weave around. So the algorithms are going to kind of react to those sorts of things. So, when I was in the pit, the more things change, the more things stay the same. So, it's just a difference of who's, what entities are creating things. So if I'm long, and the market is slowly breaking, or if I'm trying to get a little bit of a jolt in the market, I would, depending on the time, I would say I'm 84 on 100. I don't really want to buy 100.
Yeah.
I want to sell 20 at 87, 85 on 100. It wouldn't be I didn't want them, but it wouldn't be a spoof for me because I was always in danger of getting them. But if a broker turned around and said sold, I would buy them. I wouldn't say, well, I'll buy 20.
Yeah, but to put an order in with the intention of not getting filled, that's kind of where the line's drawn.
Yes. Yeah. Now that's spoofing, and that is highly illegal. So the way that I did it on the floor, I was always at risk of getting filled, and quite often I would. I'd either do it myself or I'd give it to a broker, and those were always better because they thought, Goldman's coming in buying 100 lots, 84 on 100.
Yeah.
On the screens, when we see a market that's kind of drifting lower, and I mean, this is not. We're just kind of drifting, right? If it's 86 offer, 575 trade, 5.5 offer. You see these bids below the market that are big. Quite often, that's going to bring either some algos or HFTs that are going to kind of react to it, or even retail traders are going to react to it. They're going to lean on it. Oh, I can get out of that. Or, I can buy some size here and lean on those 1,000 lots. And then those 1,000 lots are gone and we just drift lower. Yeah. It creates a real false sense of... Yeah.
I mean, right now, this is
whatever you want to define it as.
This tape is so heavy, I wouldn't be on the bid anywhere in this tape.
I would not buy when I'm not short.
Yeah, well, when the bell rings, then the bell rings. Then you got your process that's going to kick in, which is great. But right now, I'm looking at this thing going. Look
at the bonds. Look at the 30-year, Jimmy. Just took out 111. We just took out 111.28 and made a new low for the week. So next level in the 30-year bond is going to be 111.11, my brothers and sisters. And watch crude. Crude just keeps rolling higher.
Yeah. Let's take a look at a crude chart really quickly now that you opened the door for that. I mean, we still have that crazy big. I was on the airplane coming home from Las Vegas when this big red candle happened. I had my NinjaTrader mobile app, Wi-Fi with American Airlines. They have free Wi-Fi now on American Airlines on most flights, and I was looking at the thing. The app did great, by the way. I know it's a gratuitous plug, but the NinjaTrader mobile app is spectacular. And I threw a couple trades in, which I shouldn't have done. I'll be honest with you, but it was a crazy night. So anyway, the dust settled at 94.77, $94.77. That's where the dust settled that day, which was Monday. Mm-hmm. There was a closing price, and that's been the point of control ever since from a volume point of view. Today we're breaking above it right now. We're crawling up here. This is WTI, not Brent, that we're looking at. And again, no wick at the top of this candle, driving up toward that 38% retracement. We're still kind of short of $100, but it could be a possibility.
Yeah, it sure can. I've been kind of leaving crude alone. A couple of Sundays ago in the beginning of this, we were trading around $67, and if we would have gone $67, if we would have gone 67 bid, 67.5 bid, then we're going to trade up to 77. I missed that trade, and because I missed that trade, I missed the subsequent rallies. Because I one of the things that I've learned in my entire career is to not chase missed moves, and I missed that. And I would have, if I'd have gotten it, which I didn't, but if and buts were candy and nuts, what a wonderful world it would be. So my if doesn't mean shit. But if I'd have gotten it, or wouldn't mean anything. But if I would have gotten long, I would have still been long something. Crude is not going lower in as long as the war continues like this, and the issues with the Strait of Hormuz. I mean, we're not going lower, Cargo Island, the whole thing. So if by some miraculous thing that, prayers are answered and the war ends, then quickly, then we'll break down to somewhere in the 70 range, and maintain that until infrastructure is rebuilt. So, anyway, the whole idea here is that I missed the trade, and so I'm protecting myself. I will look over the weekend. I will, as we move into the new fiscal quarter, I will look for places to reestablish positions in crude. But right now, until the quarter ends and we begin the new one, I'm not touching it.
Okay. So you're waiting for that quarter to end.
Yeah, I'm waiting for the quarter to end. I'm waiting for new capital flows to come into all of the markets that will correlate with one another. Right now, it's just all based on headlines, but pretty soon on Holy Thursday, right? I mean, we end the quarter on Spy Wednesday, next Wednesday, and then Holy Thursday we open a new one, and then we're closed for Good Friday. So no show next week, right? Yeah,
I mean, as sad as that is, I don't know what I'm going to do, Pax. I'm going to be depressed all next week.
I'll call you.
Okay,
we'll do our own show.
We could do our own show. That's right. It's Good Friday for sure. Oh my goodness.
But anyway, so I don't know if that. I've missed some huge moves in my life, and if I've got a superpower as a trader, it's the ability to miss moves and to not be emotionally tied, and then to take a step back and kind of redefine what's going on in the market and look for reentry prices.
Yeah. Jomo.
That's it. Jomo, right, yeah. I mean, that's so it's 64.80 on 1600. It's 64.79 on 1000. Let's watch if while we get close down to like 80 half, 80 quarter. Let's see if those up. Yeah, thousands canceled at 80. Now it's just 80 on a nickel.
Yeah.
Somebody's playing games here.
Well, big risk off day so far. Although curiously, let's just pop up. I'm going to pop up a gold chart really quickly here. Tracy pointed out this morning how this is actually a little bit, it's kind of inverse to what it has been doing lately with respect to the overall correlation with the markets. A little bit up on gold today.
Yeah, what is gold doing? Gold's another one. Gold is. Oh, I missed a great trade last week. I wanted to get long. I wanted to get long at 44, and I pulled my bid. I wanted to get long at 41, and I pulled that bid, and that was a low. That was the low of that move. So, I mean, all of this stuff is just crazy. It really is crazy. I would like long term, I want to be long gold. I don't want to be long gold in this Michigas. I don't want to be long gold here. I want to be short gold. I want to be trading gold against. I want to be trading gold from a short side with against 4601, against 4600. This is gold is a very interesting trade. Long term, I want to be long the metals, but right now for a swing trade, I would love to see another like $600 break from here down to 3,800. And then start to buy some physical at 3,800, and if we break any lower below that, which I doubt, but on the extreme side, we can trade back down to you remember that level that we spoke about for 3 months, 33, 34. That would be the extreme move in gold. If we made it back down there, I would buy gold with both hands and both feet.
Well, that end of October 2025 swing low, or swing level was at 38.97, so just short of 3,900.
Yeah.
I have that as a target on my longer term day charter.
I'll start buying them there too. Yeah, anywhere in the 38 to 39 handle. So listen, I want to kind of define that saying. Both hands and feet. There's if you're bidding if you're bidding with one hand, it was under 10 contracts. If you're bidding with both hands, I'm 85 bid, 85 on 10. Put both hands up. So when you see a trader in with both hands in the air, they're bidding for 10 or more. So both hands, both feet mean I'm willing to buy any number at any time.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's an old trader saying that, sometimes I think people need to define what those trader sayings mean.
Yeah, no, those are the days, my friend.
Oh, well, no, actually, I think these are the days.
Well, okay. I should say those were the days. These are the
Yes.
days.
Yes.
Yeah.
That was the floor was a great place to be, and it was a great place for me to come up in this business. But I much prefer screen trading. This is a lot easier. It's a lot. It was easier on the floor to make bigger money. This is an easier life. I'm healthier. I'm less stressed, less anxious. It's
Yeah.
trading is still, even on the screens, is incredibly intense. It requires every ounce of your character and strength and integrity and everything. Pit trading was times that by 100. I mean,
Yeah.
it was more. It was harder. I enjoy that. I love what I do here. I love this.
Yeah. No, for sure, man. For sure. We're kind of up. We're running into the next segment
Yeah, let's
here.
go.
Let's talk about that. This segment is brought to us by the CME Group, where risk meets opportunity. We're going to talk a lot more about some of the micro markets in their relationship to the minis. We have all sorts of great innovation happening really kind of expand the net for people who are able to participate in the futures markets. Their electronic futures markets are awesome. We even have a 100-ounce gold contract, and by the way, it's done 45,000 contracts already. I mean, this is it's becoming a very mature, awesome market to trade. We got micros in just about every major asset class, and we're going to kind of get into Pax's trading strategy going into using a micro versus a mini in a couple of minutes here. So thank you for that, CME Group. We greatly appreciate that. And one last thing on the floor, though, Pax, I wanted to throw out. The one memory I have that stands out is at the CBOT. They had this new building, and when you went in to get your jacket, the smell in that area was that of energy. It wasn't like stinky sock smell. It was the smell of energy, the smell of going
Money.
into battle. You walk in, you get in line, you get your jacket, and then you keep moving. And you had all the jackets aligned. Everyone was tipping the coat check guy. That was probably the best job on the floor, by the way, is the coat check guy. And you go in there, and that set the stage for battle. That's a memory I'll never ever forget.
Yeah, it smelled. The smell of energy, right? It smelled like money. Um,
Yeah.
I parked in the building at CME. Only the big traders parked in the building, and they had the parking lot was full of Bentleys and Porsches and Mercedes and just BMWs. It was just it was. And that what you're talking about there started when you would pull into into P1. Whoever the parking lot attendants rushed to park first
Yeah.
was the guy.
Yeah.
So then I took the elevator straight up to my office. I didn't leave my jacket on the floor. I left, in the coat room. I left it in my office. I'll go grab my stuff, come out on the floor. My clerks would be leading the way. And I always wanted to be the kind of trader that when you walk down to the floor, the other guys got out of the way. And if you walked with purpose. For a
Yeah.
long time, I would just kick cards like everybody else.
Yeah.
But then as things progressed, I became one of the guys that, when I walked onto the floor, my clerks led the way, people moved. That was kind of cool.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
then when people knew I would get destroyed, then I felt
Yeah.
like everybody was laughing at me too.
One last note on this. Before, when you'd walk into the Board of Trade, there was a guy sitting on the side of the building, and he was selling these little tiny American flags on toothpicks. And it was bad luck not to buy one. I mean, they're $1, right, or something, right? It's small, it was
Yeah,
small. But every day you had to get your American flag on a toothpick. It was a thing, depending on which entrance you walked into, because there's
yeah,
four
yeah,
entrances.
right. You
Good
know,
luck, man. It was good
I would
luck.
have to walk in. I walked in the same turnstile every day. I rubbed. Oh, I still have little idiosyncrasies like that. And if that turnstile
Oh
was
my
for
God.
some reason down, I had to go to the upper trading floor and walk in the same turnstile there. And then I would rub my hands along the wall the same way. Oh man, alive! I had all kinds of them. I left my. I still do this. When I have
Yeah.
a really, really good trading day, I wear the same exact clothes until that streak ends. I take my
Yeah.
clothes off at the end of the trading day. If I'm done trading at 11 or noon, I shut my computers down and I have a position on, I take my clothes off, fold them up, put them away, and put them on the next day, down in the drawers and socks. All kinds of crazy things.
Awesome, that's great things. So, Pax, let's get your screen up, man. Let's start talking about this micro versus mini trade idea. You've got a couple of trading ladders up on your screen right now, along with your chart. Your chart's going to be populating with your opening range indicator. Anybody can get that. Just scroll in the chat. You'll see how to get that and add it to your NinjaTrader Live desktop platform. And what I'm seeing right now is a E-mini trading ladder, or Dome. It's not Dom. Dom's Dominic. He's my cousin. And then a micro in the same market side by side.
Somebody asked just now, where do I see the 80 on 1,000? See, right now, it's 80 on 1,000. Here's the price, 64.80. Oh my God, here we go. Oh my goodness, another one. So it's 80 on 1,000. It's 79 on 1,000. These bids are coming back in again. But look, we're 8 points away or 6 points away when we come back in. When we traded down to 80, they canceled them. These bids just disappear. So yeah, so you see it on Dome's. You can't see it. Dom is my cousin. Dom is your cousin. Dom was my bookmaker. No, not funny. Okay.
So anyway, so we're looking at a market. All right. So when you think about the micros and the minis, and we talk about this every week, but there's some new folks probably listening to us. The basis of these two markets are the same, right? So they're going to move in unison. They're going to be almost 100% correlated. Yep. And one of them is just a smaller size contract. Think of it in terms of fractional trading, right? It's 1/10. The micros are 1/10 the size of the classic E-mini contracts. And not only are they available in the E-mini S&P, but they're available in many of the asset classes, including gold, including crude oil. I can go on and on. So this is what we're looking at right now. And Pax is going to show how to establish a position and then use the micros around that position to his advantage.
Yeah, so remember, like earlier this morning, before a lot of you came in here, we were talking about like my process. So my trading methodology is it's a swing trading methodology at heart. A lot of people, I think, have the misnomer that I take every opening range trade and I don't. And I think a lot of people think it's a scalping, and it's not. I scalp into positions, but then I swing them lower. And as Jimmy was saying, this is the opening range indicator and the 15 handle swings from yesterday. When we open in 7 minutes or 9 minutes, it's going to populate on here, and I'll show you. Okay, so when my trading methodology is a swing trading methodology at heart, just an intraday swings that can turn into longer term swings. So remember now, let's zoom out a little and talk about some of these levels, okay? So the quarterly pivot from last quarter was 67.96. Now, the new quarterly pivot this quarter is 65.94. So the swings are short from 67, and then the other one, old one was 66.58. So the swing is 67.95 to 66.58. Take profit there, short underneath there to 65.96 or 95, short underneath there to 64.40 and 64.93. I'm sorry, right here. Take profit there and underneath. Okay, so those are the broader swings. So if you're trading those swings, if you're trading the opening range looking for those broader swings, you're going to be short. Here's yesterday's opening range indicator right at the quarterly pivot. You're going to, except for this schmucky bar, you're going to be short from a tradable standpoint from the opening range because it's a quarterly pivot. You're going to take profit all the way down to November lows, November of last year's lows. And, nobody expected this. At least I didn't. Ran back up, stopped me out, and I ended up putting them back on. I'm still short, but I ended up putting them back on, and I'm short from higher. So, this is the broader swing. But using the opening range to get the broader swing on, because now you got 100 handles into a trade. When you take profit here at you sell them at 86, take profit at 71, add underneath it, take profit here at 65.56, add underneath it, all just because of an opening range trade. And then in a macro sense, this rotation at 65.26 is also a macro zone for me, and it's also November lows. And last week's or 2 weeks ago, and we bounced from there and whatever. So now we took that out, so we're going to trade lower. Now, do you understand what I'm saying? So it's opening range swings to the 15-handle rotations, and this then becomes, the runner of that position becomes a swing trade. Now, many of you are trading minis and can't really afford to trade the minis. With intraday margins, you can. Because the margins, are like $400, right? So you can trade it in an intraday basis, but you cannot take runners. You cannot build a risk-free position that are going to become bigger swing trends or even trend trades. Okay, so we don't reverse this trend. The bull market, we don't reverse the bull trend until we're below 62 even, as Blake so beautifully and eloquently wrote earlier, talked about in the beginning of the program. However, when you're trading the minis here in the minis and out in the micros, you can in fact take runners home. You can in fact build risk-free positions by taking, you sell 2 minis, you trade out in micros, stage out in micros, kind of like I was showing you here. I'll talk about that again. Stage out in micros. By the end of the day, we close lower, we take out this level, you got a 1-lot micro on, you got 2 micros on. Now you can afford that because you just made enough money on your trade to be able to cover your margin. That's a key thing. You shouldn't take a position home as intraday traders. You shouldn't take a position home until you've earned at least enough to be able to cover the margin on your runner, okay? So those remain risk-free to your beginning balance. Trading this way is going to afford you the ability to be able to do that. I think a lot of people are telling you, YouTube streamers are telling you that you need to be scalpers to make money. And I don't see it that way. I think scalpers, the more you trade, the less you take out of the market, the more trouble you're going to get into in the long run. The way to become financially free is to take more out of the market and to learn how to add to your positions. So in these, with the ATR being at, what's the ATR? It's like 100, and if you're looking at the extended trading hours, it's 129 points right now at the 10-day look back.
Yeah.
So you want to be able to take more out of the market, and trading in minis and out micros gives you the ability to do that. Those of you trading funding company prompt money, I don't think you can do this because it's considered hedging, which is ludicrous. Find one of those funding companies like Lucid or Take Profit, or you'd have to do your own work to be able to figure out which ones allow you to do this. But you trade it in minis, and then you trade out, you scale out using the micros. So you trade in a 1-lot, that gives you, in 1-lot mini gives you 10 micros to scale out of. You trade in, I'll show you trading in a 2-lot, you're going to scale out in 5-lot micros. At least I do. I trade out in quarters. So if I sold the 4-lot yesterday, I don't trade 4, I trade more, but if I sold the 4-lot at 65.86, I'm going to buy one at 71. I'm going to sell more underneath 71. I'm going to buy another one, all quarter units. Trading in a 2-lot, you cannot do that. You have to be right. And you only have 2 options open for profit management. I think this is actually the best explanation I've ever given at this show.
Yo, you're doing great, man. I know we got 2.5 minutes left though, but
yeah, but then I'll show it. So when you buy a 2-lot or sell a 2-lot and the trade works, you only have 2 options open for profit management. When you buy or sell a 2-lot and the trade works and you trade out in 20-lot micros, you have an exponentially more, I was going to say infinite, but it's not infinite, exponentially more profit management options open to you, and you have the ability to be able to carry runners. You cannot do that with the 2-lot mini. You can do that with the 2-lot mini and 20-lot micros. Take more out, scale out more, and still leave something left on. I think that was a really, really good explanation.
Yeah, no, it was awesome. Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing this live in action here in about 1.5 minutes.
Oh man, if we're busy, I'm going to be aggravated because I'm trading 2-lots and I'll miss really good stuff. But I'm already well positioned, so that's okay. So I'm going to show you how to do this with 2-lots and 20-lots, so you guys can do this. Okay. if it's not easy, then I'm going to purposely overtrade so that I can still show you or illustrate. And I'll tell you if these are trades that I would not take with my own trading, size. Okay, but and whether I'm just making these trades just to illustrate the whole thing. Okay, there's some size coming in before the open, so we've got a minute left.
Take a deep breath, baby.
Yeah. So before we open, try to do some box breathing to lower your heart rate, lower your blood pressure, and slow your mind down so that you see everything on the domes in slow motion when everybody else sees it chaotically.
Great advice for sure. About 20 seconds left. A little bit of a move back up toward that 6,500 put support level. We'll see if we get there. Whit's heart rate is at 56. So that's pretty low, man.
And my heart rate's in the 50s too, Whit. I have a very low. I have bradycardia. I have a very low heart rate. All right,
Here we go.
3, 2, 1, open. Oh my goodness. Okay. Okay. Neither bullish. No, could be a bullish open. Let's see what we do. So far, opening range is 90 quarter low, 95.75 high. It could expand. Okay. So it's going to be a 95.75 high. Time is it with oh my goodness, 89.75 low. Right here, 89.75.
6 handles.
Mm-hmm. So I don't want to, as long as the market's inside the opening range, I don't want to trade. Now 93 is a macro zone. I got bad eyes. 89.75. So 93 is a macro zone in my mind, in my work. Oh God, I got 5 on. I don't want to have 5 on. Okay, well, got them on now. All right, so scratch stop and I can't lose money. Pay for my trade.
You're short at 89.75. That's where your stop is. We're trading below that right now.
See, so I want to try to pay for my trade at 75. 74. Okay, now listen, 74.75. So we're going to use 74.5 to 76.5 as the downside. All right. Now I've got too many on. I only want to have 2 on. So I'm going to buy. What'd I do?
Hit escape key.
Where the hell is that? Okay, thank you.
Upper left. There you go.
All right. Damn it, I did it again. This is
escape key.
I keep using my keyboard. All right. Well, listen, I got a 5 lot. I'm not going to pitch him, but yeah, I got to pitch him.
You could take 3 off now if you want.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. All right. So listen.
You're short 2.
Yeah. I'm going to change the quantity of my stop. I want to pay for these at 76. So I'm going to buy my 5 there. Okay. So I'm short 2, long 5. So I have no risk on this trade. See what I mean? I'm short from 89.75. I cannot possibly lose money on them. Now I've got to, I just removed my risk by buying 25% of my unit in. I'm going to buy another, there. Now I'm short 2, I'm long 10. Capiche?
Yep.
See how this works? Anybody got questions? So short 2, long 10. Now the reason I did is, now we take out 74.75. I'm going to sell more. Oh, why do I have that up? Hold on. Okay. So we go 74.75 offer. I'm going to sell more. Add to my positions. So right now, this shows me short 2, long 10. I'm not really long 10. This becomes a difficult thing for people to understand.
You're net short 1.
1. Yes. So, now if I add my P&L up, I never look at my P&L during the trading day. Like never, well, every so often. When I'm having a big day, I might, but I don't look at my P&L. If you have your P&L up, you should take it off your screens first of all. Now, if you do have your P&L up, this is gonna the minis are gonna. I'm pointing. Let me use my.
Right, we're
my
following.
mouse.
We're following.
This is going to show you up money. Well, this would too, but you're not, Now, if you would have sold the 4 lot from the opening range and you bought one to remove your risk and you bought another one to pay for profit or to take profit on the trade and you're short 2, you're not long 4, short 2, or short 4, long 2, right? Any more than you're short 2, long 10. Does that make sense? I said that backwards, but I think I got the point across. It's like a spread, but it's not quite a spread. All right, now I want to add to my position underneath 70, 74, 75. Oh, I missed them. There's 2 ways I can add to my position. I didn't do it because I was a little slow by trying to talk, and I can take off my micros, and then I'd be short 2, or I can sell 2, and that would make me short 4. So right now, those of you who are in my group, how many of you guys are short and paid? And then second question, how many of you added? Ooh, Hassan, you sold 8? All right, Hassan. All right, dude. 61. Look for, you know what?
Wow, there we go.
Listen, Hassan, right now, pay for them. Pay for them right now. Buy a quarter of your unit in right now. Now look for 60. Now look for 61. 59.75 is the next rotation. So we're going to use 59.61. We're going to use 61 half.
Okay.
So for me, I'm
PAX
going to
is
buy.
still short net. So this is good. As this market breaks, it's good for PAX.
Yeah, I have no risk on it. So now I'm going to buy 5 more micros at 61 half, and then I'm short my runner. I'm short the last part of my position. All right, so you guys are all short and paid. How many of you added? Okay, a bunch of you added. All right, good. Nick Sloggett, my brother, please text me later and let me know what's going on with you. I got some updates in my health too. Nikki, can you hear me? Sloggett. Sloget, to make it sound very cool. So nice and easy, right? Can't lose money. Now, in the event of a crazy, tweet, hey, peace, maybe fake peace is being made, or maybe real peace is being made. The market spikes up and stops me out of my minis. Well, I'm long 10 micros.
Yeah, right. That's a great point.
Oh, we stopped at 67.
And your stop for your 2 lot, is that back on your original entry?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's something worth checking. There we go.
Yeah.
All right, here we go. I'm going to get my micros. 67 half is not a good low. The market will trade down to this all right, so to this what do you call it?
Rotation level, yeah.
Thanks. See, we're getting old.
Yeah.
Forgot my own terminology. So
between the 2 of us, we'll only forget half, and we could fill in the other half.
Yeah, together we make one 30-year-old brain.
One for
So the market will trade down here or close to it. Okay. Now, for those of you guys in my group too, when we come down and we make a low like 66 and then we bounce, you can go ahead and you can buy some, to take a little profit, and you can just sit and wait. All right. Does anybody have any questions while I'm sitting here waiting for these 61s, or I'm waiting for a stop out? Oh my goodness. Did we just make peace? No. Does anybody have any questions about any of this?
So yeah, I do.
Okay.
Would you ever move your stop from your original level to the first rotation level?
No. No. No, the market. Well,
I mean, what if we hit
I
the
wish you
third
wouldn't have asked
rotation
that.
level?
No. So my stops are always at entry. I tried to make this point with the trader in my group yesterday. My stops are always at entry, but because of the crazy stuff that we, because of the nutty market stuff that we have going on right now, there are times where I might adjust my stop to maybe the first rotation or second rotation. But that's me. Okay. Now listen to me, please. When I tell you this, I have achieved my financial goals. So I'm looking for bigger moves out of the market. I'm looking for I'm looking for this 89.75 short not necessarily this because it's for the show, but I'm looking for my shorts to come down to 64.40 and then underneath it for bigger swings. Those of you who are actively building your money, you're building your accounts, you're building, and this is Capital Preservation Friday. You're building your accounts, you're building all of it. It might be a good idea to lower your stops to this rotation and to flatten or to take profit along the way, to use maybe a trailing stop. Okay. I'm not in that mode. You guys are in that mode. I think it's a very good idea to use trailers, especially if you're using prop money, to use trailers or some version of it. Me, I'm looking for 100-point swings, and so the market has to come back up and stop me out, or it's going to swing lower.
Yeah.
See what I mean? So it's a difficult question for me to answer because my stops are at entry. But if you're building wealth, if you're actively building money, take the money when you have it. Okay. I saw
the points. That's what Larry Williams told us. Take the points.
Take the points. Yeah. Take the money when you have it. You're not going to hurt yourself taking, 15 handle profits. You hurt yourself taking 4 or 5 point profit and lose 10. But if you manage your positions like me, right, anything between the low, which is what's the low? 66Q. Anything between 64.66 and the opening range to me is noise. It's noise.
Yeah.
And I don't trade noise. I'm positioned. I'm short 2, long 10. I'm positioned for a move lower or the market comes scratches me out, in which case I'll get long. But I will not get long.
So Pax, let's talk about that. Let's say the market scratches you out. You're long 10 micros. Then do you flip flop? Would you go ahead and buy the minis and then change your micros to a sell?
Yep. It's very much, that would be, actually, if we got back up into the opening range, my brothers and sisters, time to get fancy. Which means buying the bottom of the opening range and the top of the opening range. So I'm looking to, I know I speak quickly, so I'm going to try to slow my head down. So if we come back up to the opening range, we go 89.75 bid, I get stopped out of my shorts. Now I'm long 10. Okay, so we go 95.75 bid. Here's the top of the opening range. If we go 95.75 bid, I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to buy minis. So it's like I've just added to my position without adding to my position. I am long 2 minis and long 10 micros. So now I'm going to have to take profit on my minis. So I sell out 5 micros. I'm long 2, short 5. Remove my risk. I take profit on it. I'm long 2, flat. It's like I bought a 3-lot coming out of the opening range and I didn't, and it looks like I faded the market. Look at this. This is a noisy, dangerous market. So if you guys are scalping this stuff, it's hard. If you're sitting here short with no risk on it, who cares? It's going to do what it's going to do, in which case I cannot lose the money I've locked in a profit.
By the way, I know Nothing put a good comment in there. You could always go back and watch the stream again, and you could watch it because Pax does talk fast, you could watch it in slow motion. So you could that will definitely help kind of reinforce what you're saying.
Oh, that really bothers me. Do I talk that fast?
Well, no, but I mean, there's a lot going on, so you have to. So
yeah,
it's not you, it's just the nature of what's happening.
Hey, listen, this right here, look at this indicator right here is free. Go to, somewhere. You can go to my website and download it. Go to www.thepaxgroup.org and download it. Or right there.
It's in the chat. Yeah. Free means no money.
Yeah, no dough. Yeah. Right. Yeah. Pax don't sit in the back.
That's right.
So here's yesterday's opening range. You get every day's opening range. Remember we were talking about these swings. Look at 66.58. I want to be short from 66.58. Well, here's your chance. Here's the chance. 66.58 is the third quarter of last year's quarterly pivot. Remember the swings I was talking about? Here, I'll put it in the chat so you guys all have them. 69.02 yearly opening range. Oh my God, why does it say error? I can't, for some reason, it's not letting me type. So write it down. 69.02, I'm short. Manaj. Underneath 65.902, I'm going to take profit at the last quarter's quarterly pivot at 67.96. I'm going to sell more. What I'm talking about are just bigger swings than these 15 handles. Okay. Now listen to me. This is important. Underneath 67.96, I'm going to sell more, take profit at 66.58. Underneath 66.58, I'm going to sell more and take profit at 65.94. That's this quarter's quarterly pivot. Now, here's what it looks like with the opening range swings. Everybody thinks I may make this stuff up, but I haven't. This is just the way that the markets have, I got to fix that. The way that the markets have worked forever. I just adapted it to the screens.
Yeah.
So I want everyone to call it PAX Concepts and then retweet me, and let's build a little bit of a cult around me too.
Let's do it.
No, don't. Please, God, don't.
Let's do it. There's a note in the chat about different language. Some folks don't speak English. I think with AI, you could pretty much translate. Maybe even the channel lets you translate. I know I did a bunch of how-to videos on NinjaTrader.com, and they translated it into like you could hear me speaking in Portuguese and Spanish and Italian, and I don't know any of those. In French, German, I don't know any of those languages.
Hey, if we drink enough tequila in Miami, I'll be speaking Portuguese.
Oh my God.
Again, I thought that was kind of funny. My sense of humor is not attacking you at all today.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good. Miami's going to be fun. I hope everybody who wants to come gets to come.
Oh, hey, I found two things to show and tell time. Did I ever show you this? Can you see it?
Hang on, I got the wrong screen up. Let me look. Yeah. Oh, there is your badge.
That's my Board of Trade badge from Night Bonds in 1992.
Whitey.
Whitey. Here's my Merc badge.
There we go.
That's me right there. Picks.
Yeah.
So when I started, I got to pay attention. When I was clerking in the yurt outfit, making my way up in the world, the world today takes everything you've got. So,
let's leave this singing to Tanya, okay?
No, it did. You know what?
No, I'm just joking. That's
I think
beautiful.
I pissed Tanya off the other day when I love Tanya, and I think I gave her the wrong impression when I said I was rooting for Sama in the all right, shit.
Well, that would give a wrong impression, Pax.
I know, but I love Tanya. Tanya's the best. Tanya's great. All right, this is a reload. If we go bid, then you want to. I don't know if you want to get fancy. Where's the Nasdaq? Is the Nasdaq below the opening range?
Good question.
Making your way in the world today takes everything you got. All right, here we go.
One of the greatest shows of all time.
Oh, truly. I was just talking to George Wentz's sister last week.
What?
Not sister, niece. His niece. They're all Southsiders.
Really?
Yeah. Jason Sudeikis. Did you know that Jason Sudeikis is George Wentz's nephew?
No.
Oh, yeah. So they're a huge Irish family on the south side of Chicago. Very well known. I coached football with Paulie Wendt, who looked just like George at Brother Rice High School. Also, he's a De La Salle grad, just like me.
So Wendt was a Second City guy then, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
All right. So now here's let's see if this reload works. Never mind. Ooh, I missed my out. All right. So
you're flat in the E-minis.
Flat in the E-minis, but looking to reestablish that position.
Scratch stop, back in.
Making the way in the world today takes everything. All right. I hope the market breaks because I want to show you how to add to your position without adding to your position. Manaj. Okay. Watch your matchups in the group, you guys. Spoos 89.75 equal like 34. Okay. The bottom of the opening range equals 634 in the NAS. All right. Now, come on. Stay off or below the opening range and come back down to that rotation because I want to make a point here before we get out of here. Oh, we got 10 minutes left, but I want to show it. Sell that shit.
Come on.
Was that from today?
Dude, that's one of the more popular clips on NinjaTrader Live, by the way.
Oh my goodness. Bless me, Father, for I have sinned. It's been 2 weeks since my last confession. I am trying to quit swearing for Lent and it's not working. Oh my goodness. I would look. Oh, all right. Now watch your matchups have adjusted. Okay. So I wasn't paying any attention and I was laughing. I missed my out.
So now you're long 10 micros and you're flat in the minis.
Yeah. I'm going to enter with a buy stop at 95.75. We go 95.75 off, or we're looking for an equidistant swing. A little bit choppy for you guys to have gotten fancy in our group, but just watch for this to go. Yeah, not just no meat, XO, but fast. Got a fast today. Only one meal, one small meal. 95.75. Now listen, this is important. To me it is. It maybe not to the rest of you. But 95.75 is the high of the opening range. 95.75 is also the high of the day. So that's a bearish open, and we came out of the opening range in the first attempt. It was nice and easy. So we're looking for easy trades. Don't chop yourself up here. The Nasdaq is turning a lot weaker. Okay, now this is what I want to show you. I'm short 2, long 10. I've already paid for my trade and locked in profit on it. Do I have to do it again? I probably should, but I'm kind of spread off, aren't I? It's like I've added to my position without adding to it. Does that make sense? The last 2 lot that I sold at the opening range, I bought 10 down at the rotation. So now I just reloaded my shorts, and I've already taken profit and removed my risk. It's like I'm short a 3 lot.
Nice job.
Does that make sense, or does that not make sense?
Totally makes sense. Okay. Now you're net short 1 with a break even stop.
Right. So I don't have to pay for them. I can if I want to, but I don't have to. So now I'm waiting. I got to increase this bid. So now I'm waiting for these. Let's buy 5 here too. So now I'm going to buy 10 here. I'm going to wait for 62 and 61. I'm going to wait for this rotation to get filled. Do you see how that works? I've added to my position without adding to my risk.
Dude, you're on fire today.
The market's just easy to trade. I do like the way that I explained it earlier.
Yeah, that's what I meant. And the trade's good too.
Charles, that's a good question. No, you can do all of this on the same account. Now, I do have multiple accounts. I am short in my main trading accounts that I don't want to touch. And if we rallied out of the opening range, I'd be long in, this is not my main trading account at all. But if I was, it behooves you as you become consistent and you want to trade swings and trade intraday, and trade other markets. It'd be good to have different accounts. But in the meanwhile, while you're in the process of building, like earlier, I was talking about trailing stops. While you're in the process of building and you're going to use those sorts of stops, then, I lost my train of thought.
That's right.
So while you're building, you can do this on the same account, because it's like a hedge, like you're hedging. All right, I got to pay attention because if we get back above this rotation, I'm going to buy some just to take profit on my initiated shorts. All right, all of you guys should have reloaded, right? Did all of you reload? And if you're not, sell this rotation. 74 AF, 76. I'm sorry, I'm late in telling you that, but sell 76 AFs and 74 AFs. How many of you are short? My group, please let me know. Trav, you're short? All right. Mikey, I know you're Mikey, I know you're short. I didn't have to ask. Bill Bixby, that's a great line. All right, Kenny's short. Reload, missed the reload. All right, traded, then you could have sold the rotation. Short to Reliati. Short to Reliati.
The 64.90 buyers got smoked. Who said that? Morris Capital. Oh man.
The algos took him out, baby.
This is just a negative tape right now.
Oh, Mandela, your signature FX. I didn't know that you. Okay, my brother Mandela. I did a great podcast with him a couple years ago. Now he's in my group. All right, here we go. 61's on tap. Here we go, baby. All right, if they uptick him, I'm going to buy some. They got, how low did they just pop? How low they just get?
70s now.
You know, but right, 68.75. All right, so if they don't take out the low right now, I'm going to buy 5 just to remove my risk, and then cancel the 62s. I've got 20 handles into this. I got to take something off the table. If these pop, I'm going to buy 5. Listen, okay. As long as they stay offered, I'm going to wait for these 61s and 62s to fill. 531. Remember the matchups I was talking about around the opening range. The matchups in the NASDAQ were 23,630. It's 100 points lower. Look at the NASDAQ. You want to see the NASDAQ? Look at here. NASDAQ trades in 65 handle swings. The NASDAQ is working towards its second rotation. Yep. 120 points lower. 130 actually. 30. Come on. Give me my Finsky. Give me my Sawbuck. Making the way in the world today. Oh, no, that's going to be in my head all day.
We'll call you Mayday Pax.
Come on, give me my second rotation. NASDAQ's working towards its second rotation. SPOOs are working towards. There we go, baby.
Patience, grasshopper.
Here we go. Don't stop now. You dirty son bitch. Don't stop now.
This ain't done, Pax.
Daddy needs a new pair of Ferragamos.
You're buying the first round of tequila shots if you pick up the...
and the third and the fourth and the fifth, and then we'll be speaking Portuguese.
Yeah, Pax don't need AI to speak Portuguese.
Come on. Don't be a schmuck for a buck or a dick for a tick. If they uptick them, take them. They're upticking. Okay, now addition by subtraction, you guys. You can pull your bids and let the market work through here because they're doing a lot of work. When they get below this rotation, when they get below this 59.75, watch how easy it goes. You want to sell these, okay? They take out this low. Boom, got them. All right, now I'm short 2, long 20. Oh my God, I'm basically flat. Shit, I don't want to be flat. I want to be short a runner. Okay, I'm short 2, long 15. So we go 59.75 offer. You guys got to sell them. We take out this rotation here. We take out this rotation. It will be easy. Watch the algo sell them off. Bam. See? 64.40. 64.40 is the is where the swing completes.
Now, right now, Pax is only short net a half of a mini.
So remember in the beginning of this, we were talking about taking positions home. So I've made some pretty decent dough, right? I've added to my positions without adding to my positions. I got 30 handles out of it. So I want to take something home. Holy cow. I'm closing below 64.40. We got another 154. I'll explain this in a second. Another 154 handles lower. So by the end of the day, before the margin close, I go ahead and I buy 3 more micros, and I go home short 2 minis. I go home short 2, long 17. Or, 18, if I want to take 3 or 2 home. See?
So wait, say that again. What would the position be?
I'd be long 2. If I want to take 2, I don't have the margin to take a mini home, but I want to start to build risk-free positions, and I want to see if I can turn these into like a swing position. I go home short 2 minis, long 18 micros. So I'm basically just short 2 micros.
Yeah.
And I have no risk on them. Did you guys see what I was talking about? We go 59.75 offer. The algorithms took it right underneath it. So immediately it was an easy trade. You sold those 59.75s. It went straight to 56.5. You put your scratch stop in. That's the market. Real-time information giving you real-time trading decisions. So when you sell anywhere in this rotation, in my group, these guys either sold 59 halves or they sold 61 halves or they sold both. So if you sell 1 halves and 9 halves and they go they go offered underneath there, you have no risk. So you scratch out of the 9 halves, you sell them again. That's real-time information. That is the market telling you in real time that it is, in fact, going lower. If you sell 59 halves and they pop 60 bid, that's the market telling you in real time it's not going lower. Does that make sense?
When we started this morning, you called 64.40. Said we're trading 64.40 today.
Yeah, and it's close enough.
Looks like it. Anyway, awesome, man.
Does that make sense, you guys? It's important.
Liquid Flow 2 says crude is pumping. No pun intended. Oh my goodness. Pax, that was super awesome. We have a couple of the younger generation traders from the West Coast, California to be specific, with us.
The West Coast, where they do the
morning.
crypto.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chris. Good morning,
$5
XY.
gasoline coast.
XY, Chris, how you doing? Chris, you got on mute.
Yeah, I just did. How are you guys?
Pretty good.
Doing good.
Pax is on fire this morning, man. Look, it's still going.
Yeah. I wish I was short 16 or 32 minis, but yeah, I'll take the 5 micros.
I was short with you up top.
Here we go, baby.
Just to recap, so Pax is still short net 1/2 of a mini.
Oh, hey, let me explain 64.40 real quick, okay? So 65.95 is the quarterly pivot. So what the market does above that, the market will in fact do below. This is so important. The market will in fact do below that. All right. So Sunday we rallied from 65 whatever it was up to 67.46 or 48. So when we closed below 65.95, that gave us 154 point swing. So what the market does on the upside, the market will do on the downside. That takes us to 64.40. Now, if we close below 64.40, that's another 154 handle swing. That takes us down to 62.86. I think you'd have to do the math to make sure I'm right. I'm just thinking that in my head. And then underneath that, another 154 points. So as long as we are below 65.94, the market will swing in 154 point swings. It's just the broader version of this 15 handle swings. Okay. So there you go. Keep track of that.
So my guess is XYZ is short from 23,950.
No, I was short with Pax when he reloaded the 630, 640s.
Mm-hmm.
I only got filled 3 lots, so I was flat by the time we made a new low. That was like 100 points already. I would have loved to hold some, but it was quite a move. It was like an instant flush.
Yeah.
You blink, you're in 40 points. You blink, you're 80 points in. You blink, it's a new low. So I'm pretty much just waiting for another trade setup here. Can't say I'm bullish. I do think we're going to get a pretty sizable pullback, but the market.
You mean pull up?
Yeah,
like bounce?
A bounce back up, but
A bounce. There we go.
it seems like the market really is in like price discovery mode right now. We're moving through ranges. Just broke through this range at the open, and they are building volume in new spots. So
Got it.
I am not looking to
buy
fit.
bounce.
Christian, what are you thinking, man?
Well, I would have should have kept my short from yesterday, huh, Jim?
Yeah, I know.
But we are pretty extended on the hourly and 4 hour here. If I can share this thank you chart.
Yep. What's up?
We're into the second lower low from this downtrend from this week's breakdown, and so I do think this is an area where we can see a bounce. We have some divergences on the 4 hour, on the hourly, and so on the 15-minute, we've also reached a trend completion where the sequence of lower lows, lower highs has reached an area where it says yes, everything with the divergence is showing up. We can see a bounce. I know we're below the open, and I know PAX does not like buying against that, but I think there is a chance that we could bounce here. But I would say buyers can have a better chance at grabbing the day if we're above like 580s, 590s, and below that maybe sideways to lower.
Got it. Real quickly, Chris, you mentioned divergence. What are you diverging versus an oscillator?
RSI, yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Love that. Well, great morning, Pax. You're the man this morning. Good trading, good explanations. You're very clear. I know sometimes in the heat of battle, we have to talk a little bit quickly. As I Know Nothing pointed out, you can go back to the channel, watch the recording in slow motion, or watch it again if you need to. So appreciate that, man. You're awesome.
Thank you, Jimmy. It's always good to be with you on Fridays. I don't think we have a show next Friday. So to all of you guys, have a very blessed Holy Week next week, and a very, very, very happy Easter.
Yeah, thank you for that. I ditto that. Before we go, though, I do want to remind everybody, Monday, we have the Micro Arena Challenge. This Monday, $5,000 in cash prizes. It's one day, so if you're in the top 20, you get some of that dough. And our featured traders, we have Selma, we have Tanya Trades, and we have Lumi. They're going to be featured traders, and they'll be a little competitive. That's for sure. You'll get to see where they are on the leaderboard. Also, you could be on the leaderboard too. So there's a link to register there in the chat if you're interested, or if you're not in the chat, you can just go to NinjaTrader.com and you'll be able to navigate to it. It's a lot of fun. It's a real-time simulated live NinjaTrader trading platform. You could use any of the three platforms you want. It's going to be an awful lot of fun. I'm going to do it. We'll see how I do. But in any event, feel free to pop in there and get registered.
I can't wait for that. I can't wait to. I can't wait. Salma and I talk a lot. I've met Tanya, and I love Tanya. She's Croatian. I'm half Croatian, and I cannot wait to meet Lumi. It's going to be great, man.
We're going to meet him in Miami, right? Although we're going to miss XYZ. XYZ is going to miss. There's going to be a.
You're not coming?
I'm going to be in Hawaii.
Oh, okay. Well,
going the other way.
Okay, I see why you're missing. Yeah, that's
well,
good.
But XYZ is going to miss a robe party in Christian's room.
No way.
Several traders wearing robes and trading.
It was Leo's idea, okay?
Leo's idea? Yeah, he's not even going.
Inside joke, Pax. Sorry.
Leo's not going either?
No, he's not going.
Leo can't. He's got his hands full.
Yeah, he sure does.
Anyway. All right, guys. Awesome Capital Preservation Friday, Ferragamo Friday with Pax. Thanks so much, man. Hopefully I'll talk to you soon. Have a great weekend. I'm going to miss you next Friday. I'm going to be depressed all next week, but I'll catch up with you somehow, some way.
Thank you, Jimmy. God bless you all. Thank you all. It was a lot of fun today. I'm glad that I was able to, I think, make the points that I wanted to make and just trying to explain things. So have a great day, you guys. As I tell you, I think every every Friday, I am very, very grateful and humbled to be part of all of your journeys. The new generation of traders, and you guys, XY and Chris, represent the best of that new generation. So I'm grateful to be part of this. I love you all, and have a great week. Okay, have a great weekend. Trade them up.
Love you, brother. Thanks for being here. XYZ Chris, good luck in any trade you may or may not take, and I'll talk to you later.
All right, Jim. Take care.
Have a good weekend.
Have a good weekend.
I'm trying to have this short cook real quick.
Hey, him. Morning chat. How's everybody doing today? Guys, I think I'd be at, for those who watched the afternoon stream, I'd be like at 15R. If you guys were watching that whole art discussion yesterday.
Were you thinking about holding that?
No, they were just giving me Leo was giving me shit for not taking my profits when it hit 4 points. It was like 4 points away from my target.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
and
I
was
came back.
like, no, the rules are the rules. I got to wait for 6R. And eventually it came.
Rules
and he's
are
like,
the
it's
rules.
4 points away. Just close it.
6R, dude.
I said,
That's
if I
a
don't
lot.
get 6R.
That's a lot of R. Chris,
Hey,
can you
Mr.
help me
Market.
sell this thing for a second?
What?
Can you help me just hit the market, hit the bid on the market? Here?
Let me sell it.
Just sell it. Yeah.
So
I want to get more size on this, but I'm kind of scared. I
you got
mean,
to hold for 6R though, all right? That's the rule.
absolutely not.
That's the
Dude,
rule.
that's a big buyer right there. Get him out of here.
I saw that block change. It turned to a different color, huh? You're red and
Dude,
blue.
it's a huge buyer. 85. The
6R
phantom of the order book, dude.
P1 for me. Mr. Market, thanks for asking. Ollie's doing well. He got surgery last week. Had to chop off his money makers. So he's just been with the kind of shame this whole week. How's the IB strat performing? It's performing extremely well. It just hit 100% return since I started back testing it. So in 3 months, it made 100%.
3 months, you said?
Yeah. And in I am up. I've had some human errors like sizing. My sizing hasn't been right. I've sort of haven't had the same entries. I took one trade that wasn't really the trade. So, this is a trial period before I start in April where I'm testing it out with those lucid accounts. But the lucid accounts are growing. So,
All right, I will probably start covering some of this short a little earlier. There's this really jumpy bid. See if I can get at least like 20 some points on one. My stop has been tightened.
I want to buy these lows. I
I know.
actually already
I
have.
think it's a pretty decent bid. My stop is super tight now. It's like 8 points, maybe less, because I think it might be actually a bid down here.
I already have two trades thing. I bought the fell breakdown like around 9:30, 6:30 for us. I hit 1.5R, took half off. So pretty much this was my trade here. Hit 1.5R into 2R, I took half off, and then the rest got stopped out. And then I had an earlier trade right here into this first original test. I got this bounce. I paid myself for half, and then the rest got stopped out. Just really think this area was going to hold. It didn't, but I still financed my risk with my partials, and I still want to keep buying here. We're just too extended against yesterday's move, and we need to correct that. So I might be a little aggressive here.
Yeah, I think it's a good bid. I'm gonna try to fill longs instead.
All right, I got long. A little aggressive, but I already have two green trades. I'm looking for a push back to 580s, 590s.
They got me for one lot.
Definitely aggressive, but we're quite oversold. We have those divergences that I talked about. I do think what price needs to do now is have like a mean reversion bounce and then correct yesterday's, because we were in an aggressive sell-off. And when that usually happens, you need to correct that. If I can share this chart here in the Qs, look at this. This is very aggressive. So what needs to happen is consolidation now, right? To correct that drop. So that's usually something like this. And so if I can find what could be the low, I don't know, but that's my idea here. So I'm looking for a push here and see if it can happen.
Biz got that, took the long off. I only had one lot.
Took it
Keep an
off.
eye on this 9 EMA here.
Yeah, we need to reclaim that first area of resistance, but we'll see. I have partial set at 1.5R. But I don't know. We'll see, guys. We'll see. I'm interested in a long again if we do make new lows.
I'm short now. Only got 3. Can't really fill much today because it's super whippy. But I'm short 3 lots here. I'm gonna cover 1. Hold on to these 2.
Was that 6R?
Maybe my stop was like 2 points. I'm looking to trade back to that 485-ish. I'll front run at a point. There's a big buy down there. I'm gonna see if we can get there. But I will probably look to continue to offer the 9, between the 9 and the 20 EMA here. So
Lalo, did I get a discount code for Lucid? Yeah, it's T boxes. I can't guarantee you'll. What is XYS's?
no drawdown?
Yeah, that's your thing. With your code, you get no drawdown.
Yeah.
With my code, you can get 6R. So if you like 6R trades,
Nah, who wants that?
maybe my code can help. If you combined hours, you can get no drawdown and 6R. Huge.
I'm gonna try to fill some more shorts in case this is where they come back. If it gets out of hand, I'm just gonna flatten this thing. Looks like the 20s are holding pretty decently. You still long?
Yeah. I'm just gonna sit in this and see if we do get that bounce. I'm looking for a back test of the opening breakdown. Oh, is that right? Katz is telling me that there's 50% off with my code. I don't even know how that works, but that sounds like a deal.
New users, well, all the codes are the same. You always get the best available discount. But if you're a new user, you do have 50% for 2 purchases with Lucid,
Oh, okay.
no
Good to
matter
know.
what code you use. Yeah.
And then I think the promo right now is 40%, right?
Yeah, current
So,
promo. Yeah, if you've already, and I
but
think
you
it's
can use either or.
5
If you love
uses.
us both, you XYZ code. If you like, maybe my jokes land and you think I'm funny.
The better guy, the better code.
So maybe that's T boxes. I don't
Spread
know.
it. Can spread the love.
All right, so this trade has hit 1R. I'm looking for 1.5R here. See if I can get it. I got to draw my R targets here, with my fancy dandy indicator. All right, there we go. So now we can see it on the chart. And let's see if 1.5R hits. Yeah, West Coast Fridays.
I think my internet just cut out for a bit. Am I here? Am I still alive?
Oh, you're here. And then if this bounce can get back to Sunday's low in ES, that would be great. Seeing a big bounce in ES as well. Look at that. Beautiful. Let's see if I can get 1.5R here. We're triggering a 5-minute reversal as well. Oh, they're really going to do this to me again? Why is it that on Fridays, it goes just a little bit to my target and then it pulls back?
All right.
And
We
listen,
are
guys,
back.
production.
Back.
No, none of that song. If I I lose on a trade, all right? You guys did me wrong last week.
Dude, that was so funny, man. I'm dead.
I had a amazing winning trade yesterday, and I didn't get a cool song. What was that about? That's when
No,
that song needs to come out, right?
they're not for
All
winning
about the
trades.
money.
Not for winning trades,
I
sorry.
make a 250-point trade.
Losing trades only.
Surely, right? Man, I should have brought my TP down. What is this BS here? Doing me dirty. Hit 1 point, what is that? 1.4 R, 1.3.5 R, 559, 6 points away from my TP.
ES or NQ?
Thank you. Hey, thanks, Claudio. Yeah, it would be bummer if it comes down and stops me out. Give me the push. Just gotta believe. Gotta believe. Yeah, we're quite
Lots of
oversold
absorption
here.
here. Wow.
What does that mean? Break it down for us. Good, is that good or bad?
A lot of both. A lot
Oh
of
yeah.
both. I'm
Yes is a bit
trying to
stronger
short.
here. Look
Yeah.
at that thing's trying to push
ES
out.
is moving through its range a lot more smoothly. I'm trying a short. Either this is it. This is a huge passive seller. It works here, or the buyers are insane and we're ripping all the way up.
Oh,
I
I
think
gotta
this
go
is
for
where
my
they make the
6
choice.
RTP then.
This is where they make the choice for
Let's go to
sure.
6R. Come on, give us
I think
6R.
either break of this spot is go in 6R. Yeah.
So he's short, I'm long. What's who do we think is gonna win here, guys?
You know what? This buying is still like really insane. I'm hoping that they get stuffed and they just get the hell out. Honestly, it's 50-50.
Oil is pumping.
It's 50-50.
Man, look at that. So close to my first TP. Your short's paying.
We'll see what they can get for it. The buying is relentless up there. I need to see them like start to liquidate that position. Haven't seen it quite yet.
So ES successfully reclaimed. Let me bring this TV chart up.
Here
So
we
this
go.
purple line is November's low? I think so. And then ES undercut the 64-68 zone, danced a little bit below it, and then has bounced now. It has reclaimed a resistance zone. So now I
I'm
want
gonna
to see a
start
higher low
covering.
be put in
Whoever's
and
short, we are covering.
then push out. Fantastic trade, dude.
Thank you, thank you. That was. They got that asses clenched.
Right here.
They got that asses clenched soundbite because that shit. Woo!
My ass is clenched, I'm telling you guys.
Yeah, dude. I was scared to put on anything more than 5. It wasn't gonna happen.
Yeah, and they're not gonna give it to me. Let me take a stop here. So close to TP, guys. What's going on here? But as you guys saw from yesterday, I mean, this is more my discretionary trading, so I can be flexible with my R targets. But if we get an IB trade here, once the IB sets up, I'm gonna follow those rules.
I'm gonna try to cover another one here, and we're gonna run one. No take profit.
I did want a bigger balance on this, but if not, it means we might just consolidate sideways.
It really could. Yeah. While they're in price discovery mode, they're gonna need to consistently build new nodes of volume on the way.
Yeah, it looks like my trade won't work.
I have a good, so I mean, this could potentially be a really good seat here if we can get a bearish 1 hour candle. I'd be right at the top of the wick. So that's pretty much what I'm holding the runner for in case that this does end up being a good seat, because unless they retrace this 1 hour candle and they close a pretty good candle, which would invalidate a lot of things, this would be a good seat. I am at the wick. But we'll see. It's up to the market. There's a lot of imbalances on that move down. It's a pretty quick wash, which is why I started to cover it. It looked like that was the liquidation I was waiting for those late longs. Or I wouldn't say late longs, but the ones who were trying to buy aggressively through that. So this can retrace all the way up to the 540s, honestly. So imbalances all the way through. I am pretty much still short biased on the day. Although if we hold, it is a higher low against the bottom node, which could change a lot of things. But
A lot of back and forth here, negotiation.
yeah, we're still seeing very interested buying because the delta is still positive in these ranges, these lower ranges, even on the high time frame. We're pretty low here in the market compared to where we've been, but there is still a lot of buying interest. You can see it in the deltas. They're willing to hit the hit market on their buys. Um, and the rest is just seeing what happens to them.
I'm not gonna scratch it. I'm just gonna let the trade play out. It's I most of my trades are usually in alignment with the trend, but right now we're at an extension area that I do think we can bounce. If it doesn't happen, it doesn't happen. But
I'm
I
thinking
had
a light 300 point runner, just something light.
I can move my stop here a little bit. This will put me flat on the day because I already have two partial winning trades. How do I define extension? It's based on trend structure that I follow. The 4 hour and hourly are extended in the sequence of the lower lows, lower highs. We have divergences. But I'm still the dominating trend is lower. I'll probably take 1 hour stop here.
I'm gonna try to add to some shorts. I could have added up higher. As they're moving through lower downside now, they're really grinding through this volume, which is it's a healthy sign. It's not like really whippy or imbalanced. The market is very deliberately making its choice, showing us through pretty efficient, like this grind down, like they're chewing through the bid.
We're just consolidating here now.
There's a lot of bid here. There's a lot to go through. The mid 90s, the mid 490s here. Did see quite a bit of buying. I might want to add if we start to trade into that, maybe a little above, maybe add some shorts, maybe play against them, see if there's weakness that comes in the market after we trade that area. Right now, we're just holding firmly below the buying. 5 minutes about to close, 15 minutes about to close in a minute too. We're trying to get ahead of the candle. I don't know if it's too low. I want to get ahead of this candle close, but they're just going to run it. I had my chance above the 500s. I was hesitant. I really should have added there when they failed this move through this node. So when they failed the move through the 514s and then came back down, I should have added in the 510s, a little under, above 500s.
All right, the IB is about to set up. I'm going to be trading another account for that. I'll share that trade, but I don't think it'll work. It's looking for like a significant move lower, and we're already quite extended. So we shall see.
Alfred, it's based on NQ order flow. I am looking at ES as well in terms of order flow, but what all I've been saying is based off of NQ. So it looks like a 211 point IB. Still got this bid here. Could pull up. I don't know if they can hold this as a low though. The bid is out there. They just threw in like 200 delta on NQ positive. They're trying to buy this thing for sure.
All right, let's see. I would need 50. So the IB strat will look too short on a bounce if and when we get it.
Short the bounce, you said?
Yeah.
Huge buying 88s to the 90s. Delta is still increasing positive. I'm trying to see if I want to trade against them, but this is really aggressive. Poked upside, did not find too much. So the 93s to the 85s, that's pretty much my line in the sand right now. We're trading above it. We're holding above it. We're probably getting a really strong pullback. But if we can trade and hold above the mid 80s, there will be a lot of offsides buying. So right now we're above it. I am contemplating if it's even worth adding into higher because there's a lot of buying that just got forward progress. And then they got stuck in the in the 04s. Oops. But still, I don't think I'm going to offer above above the 485s here. I need to see those buyers offsides. Sorry, chat. I'm like mega locked in on this right now. We're headed for a potential big day. I had a short earlier up top too in the 630s, 640s.
Am I looking to go short or long? Nothing here at the moment. For the IB strat, it'll look short on a bounce. We're near the IB low.
So there's a pretty big passive buyer in this range, 70s, 80s. I think this is telling me now it's either going to hold here or if we do crack it, it's going to be a pretty significant wash. The market, as it consolidates, it chops, it gives you information. It tells you who's where, and the information's confirmed. There's a lot of passive bid taking place here. And if they were to get left behind, there's a chance they'll get out. We'll get some double barrel selling out of this. Still looking at these 485s to the 490s. Huge buying there. Don't know what's going to happen from there, but it's going to be key. Absolutely.
I Panda, I went over the IB strat yesterday in the afternoon session. If you want to go back to that, pretty much in a downtrend, looking to short a bounce once the IB is done per the rules that I've created for it, and then looking for 2R, 4R, and 6R. How do I plot the support and resistance levels? This is an indicator that I created based on the calculations I would do when I used to draw these zones manually. And it's it's a zone system that I use to identify support and resistance. And it, most of the time aligns with whatever people are looking at. Fibonacci levels, volume profile, all these different things. And so I just use these to look for support and resistance levels, and they work amazingly well. The Qs, like the QQQ, is into a gap from September of last year. So it's at a good area here.
What do I mean by offsides buying? A lot of buying that doesn't see progress. So does it say you buy 500s and price is trading like 480s, 470s? You're offsides, right? The more participants, the more violent it could be. So there's a lot of buying in that range still. It looks like
Right here?
485s to the 493s, 494s. It's a lot of buying. It's a lot. So I'm just kind of waiting. Like, do the sellers just like give up? Like, dude, there's just too much. We're not really interested in selling this price anymore. Or is the sell interest still that strong in the market where they're eventually going to fill whoever is interested in buying this, and as price moves lower, people are going to have to get out again, similar to when I got short earlier in the 550s.
You have a wedge
Tons
here.
of buying, and as they got traded against, they had to puke it, and so they puked it, left a ton of imbalances, and then the price retraced it a little bit. But yeah, this could be another puke potential. There's a lot of buying coming in.
Yeah,
So
ES has a solid wedge here. NQ not so much, but ES has there'll be a move from here.
definitely. This is setting up for the next thing, whether it's up or down, who knows, but they're making a decision. The market is making a decision.
Yeah.
Anyone who gets frustrated at this kind of stuff, like, oh, it's trapped, it's consolidating, it's so narrow, like they're doing something right now. Like they're figuring something out. Just let them do it.
I
This
think
is setting up this is how key levels get set up. This is how areas of interest get set up. You have to let the market shake it, figure out its feelings.
a shakeout here into like new lows and reversal would be nice to see.
I think maybe trade the 320s. I have like no levels here
Oh,
because
do we
we
have a
haven't been down here for a
divergence
while.
here?
But it looks like I might have a good seat. The candle is forming a retest, about 50% of prior candle here in the 1 hour, and then it hammered down. So there's potential here, definitely in this entry, this last ad here. So they're holding off that 485 area now and see if they can just get a wash. Goodbye. So a good decent chunk of buying just exited. I mean, you can see it on that down move. Just anyone that's watching the tape, it just flooded on the sell side against the bid. That's people just getting out, stopping out. If you're watching the tape, it's being painted. It's being painted red. They're getting the hell out. Those are sweeps. Those are below bid orders, which means get me the hell out of this market. And we'll trail the stop a little lower here. So
We
they
have a
just cracked
divergence. NQ
IB,
just took out IB low.
and ES has not.
Yeah.
Interestingly. Yeah, so I'll just keep trailing this to see how low we can go with it. Clearly, the entry now is at the very top of this 1 hour candle. It's a good one, but I'm on a trail. Um, I don't have a target, so I don't have a TP because I legit don't have a target. I mean, I'm looking at a daily, and this is price discovery. Market's
Like
poking,
tight.
and we're gonna see. We don't have another swing until like what? 23K, under 23K 100. So price discovery.
Also, big breakdown here on
Y320s. Oh, it's just a swing. I mean, I had to pull all the way up to like a 4 hour chart to see that swing, but in between there ain't much. Honestly, yeah, we're at it wouldn't even be three. Is this like 340s maybe? But really, the swing is like 23K, close to 23K. This is, yeah, guys, this is for sure legit me. Just, I don't no idea. There's nothing down here. To me, it's blank until a little under 23K 100. This 1 hour candle is looking pretty typical. It it printed that last bar, really bearish. Tested about the midpoint of it. Now it's continuing down for a hammer. It could shake me out here, like take my stop and then continue. If it does, whatever. But could always get short if I really think we're gonna, continue lower. I don't know. 200 point IB. There was a time where that's kind of big, but
not right now.
with vol lately, it's not that big. Yeah. There was a time where it's like you got 200 point IB, the chances of breaking both sides are so slim. But these days, I mean, just a few words away, right? How much am I up on the day? Plenty, plenty, plenty. Ever consider adding? Yeah, of course. If they come and take me out and they show more downside interest out, I'll get a new one. Right now, my trail is where the 9 is, which, you know what, maybe I should move that. So the 9 is right under the 500, so I'm close. I still could get taken out here on the trail, but yeah, as long as we are seeing a sloped EMA, the price action remains pretty bearish. And by price action, I mean candle sequences. Like I'll look at 3 bars, 2 bars. Like this is a 2 bar sequence. Really bearish candle. Do I think it's going to see at least a little bit of continuation? Yes. How? I don't know. So they closed the candle. They went all the way back up, retraced to 50. That's a good place to be like, okay, well, if they're going to continue lower, they shouldn't really let it poke too far above. Stuff like that. Or a 15-minute, the prior 15-minute close, pretty
Right.
pretty bearish. Perfect with price action break and retest. And we've got 90 seconds left of this 15-minute candle, which could close as a good continuation candle. So all these inputs, the tape was really positive for a moment. But why are we trading lows then? Sellers, like all my inputs are saying, the sellers are in full control right now.
Volume's pretty low here for where we're at.
Right, EMA and close eyes. Hey, look, if it's strong. I don't know about any other ones, but the 5 minute, 9 and 20 EMAs make me a great deal of money. So I trust them. Volume is still building lower. I mean, ES's profile, like, even if it bounces here, hard for me to call it or be convinced it's a low. It's really heavy down here. This volume build. Like I said yesterday, if we're breaking down sides, I'm following volume. Yesterday we were up here, right, towards the open, and I said if we're gonna continue and start working with this build, I'm gonna follow this and with the other builds along the way, and that's just what they've been doing. They've been building. They've been not building upside. So exponential moving average. So there's two. There's an SMA, which is a simple, and an EMA, which is an exponential. What's the difference? You're asking the wrong guy. I just put them on at some point when I started trading, and I got used to looking at them. I got used to when I want to interact with them, when I think they're useless, and I do that. When they're sloped, they are definitely not useless. Today, they're pretty sloped. So that's why on the move back up for the breakdown retest, there's good confluence there. The 9, it was between the 9 and the 20. So
Yeah, it's just
they just
they're
retested
very
that 480s.
different.
Still can't buy through the 480s. So
It's
that
the
was huge.
same
This
thing.
retest that just happened is actually a pretty key piece of activity for the auction right now. They spent all that time trying to buy the mid 480s. They just went up, tickled it, and left. Where is the buying? It seems like the buying is not willing to buy that high right now. They want lower prices to buy, and the market's going to go and try to find them.
Yeah, Joe has it right. His explanation, but they're just saying the same thing.
That's kind of my take. It's like it's kind of saying the same thing. Just stick with what I've had.
The
And
EMA is just shorter. It grabs price tighter. That's all it is. I think so, Mike. We'll see what happens here.
What do you think?
590. You're looking for you're for a bounce up there.
Oh, bounce. Well, yeah, I mean, the market's trying to find a buyer. They're going to find the buyer at some point. That's for sure. The market's got one function, and it's to find the counterparty. So I think that
Sell that shit.
everyone, I don't know about this anymore. They kind of swept it and just, where's the selling? But yeah, I think everyone always frames it as, say, like the market's moving down. They're like, oh, the selling, the market just wants to sell them. It's like the market wants to kill itself. What it's really doing is it's just looking for buyers. If there's too little interest to buy and too much to sell, it's going to push price lower. And the only function left, it's not to kill buyers, it's not to do anything to you or some other person. The market's only function right now is to find enough buying interest to fulfill the sell interest. They're trying to find where they can match business, right? Match the auction. That's all they're trying to do. So everyone kind of gets into this mode of everything's personal. Someone's got some crazy intention with the market. People want to buy, people want to sell. When too many people want to sell and get out of their positions, the market has to find the prices where people are like, yeah, I want to buy this price. So yeah, it's a liquidity seeking process. The market has one function: match buyers with sellers. That's all it is. That's why like maybe some people they'll use like the red lines on Bookmap as crystal balls. Like, look, all this liquidity popped up and the market has to go there. It doesn't have to do anything. But if liquidity, say, pops up upside and there are players, institutions that want to buy a lot, they're looking at like, dude, okay, well, we need to fill, and there's a pool for us to fill right there. It's possible, right? But that means someone has to want to buy. Someone has to be wanting to buy the market. If you want to buy like 6,000 lots without getting worse fills as you buy it, you're gonna have to find those pockets. So I've just given up like an extra 70 points on this runner because of that crazy bid, but
All right, so I bought that low. I just took half off at 1R. I learned from my earlier mistake by keeping it at 1.5 R. Okay, so I took half off at 1R. And now I'm going to see if we can push up into that 580s, 590s area. But my risk is paid for, so I can just sit in this. There we go. That's what. Okay, guys.
they've been waiting for that redemption. Been waiting a whole week to make
They
it
should have
right.
played it yesterday on that 250 point short. I still love them.
This is quite a 5-minute candle that just closed. Am I gonna let the position I have go red? No, it never went red. That's a trailing stop. I trailed at like 40 something points profit. If I took the
Hey,
long
Jim.
down there, what would I target? Right here, 545s, 44s. But seeing it now, like if I were in that long and I'm looking at it now, what I'm seeing is we swept below IB and we instantly went to pretty close to the middle of the day's range. Could get greedy. Yeah, cover it. I would be covering it, scaling, whatever, because I can't hold a full position. Like I'll fucking kill myself. But I would probably be looking to get greedy. It's a pretty big bid, and it reclaimed a lot of range.
And while I have this trade on, I'm still looking to short when this bounce fails on the other account. Because I got to follow those rules, guys, even if it doesn't work out today. Yesterday was a big day for it. It hit all TPs, 3.5 R total for that trade. And, the way I designed this is I have to lose 3 trades, or with one full TP trade, I recovered 3 losing trades. So to me, that was important for a sustainable approach for that strategy that I created. And then with a 60%, 67% win rate, you can be in a really good spot long term and you can scale.
Eric, I appreciate that. 8 years. Yeah, I appreciate it. I do try to frame everything as simply as possible because I think the market could be so simple. I think trading could be so simple.
Oh, yeah, I know. That's what I tell everybody. But they try to make it so complicated.
I think because there's just a lot of information out there, whether it's true or not, whether it's a fairy tale or not, it's hard to really wade through it. But even that short, like the short in hindsight, yeah, super bang or whatever, but it could have failed. That was, like I said, it was 50-50 up there. So much buying. Big passive sell. Both of those things. But how did I know that there would be more sell interest and buy interest in that range? I didn't. It was just risk reward. Like I said, whatever price does out of that range, because there's so much inventory on both sides, it's going to pretty much run. And I just took the short side.
IB is the first hour of the market open. They call it the initial balance. All right, so I'm gonna look to short here. Where's the account?
You're looking for short, you said?
Yeah, but in the other accounts, because I'm just trading those rules, trading that strategy per the rules. So I need 30 contracts.
I'm gonna start filling shorts.
I can't type. Why can't I type? No. My keyboard's not working. I need 30 contracts. Wow. For some reason, every time I connect to Zoom now for the stream, my keyboard stops working.
Your keyboard stops working when you connect on Zoom.
Yeah. It happened yesterday, and I was like, what is that? I changed the batteries and everything, and then today, and then it worked great. And then I get on
I'm gonna
Zoom.
start covering anyone who's short with me. We are covering. I'll hold 2. Higher low potential. That's why we covered right there. So market's gonna make a choice: higher low, or we continue lower. I think I really like the entry, so let him sort it out.
See both of these, huh?
Do I ever have losing months? It's not something I like to say because it's ridiculous. It is, I know, but I don't
Doesn't lose, guys.
remember the last time. It's been a while I've had a losing month. Yes. I do think if you are properly managing risk, I'm trying to carefully choose my words. If you are properly managing risk, I can't think of another way to phrase it, but it would be quite difficult to have a losing month. This is all assuming that you have an actual defined edge.
Yeah.
If you have a defined edge, a month is quite a long data set. And it doesn't mean that, the trades are constantly working and winning. It's more so if you're managing that risk, it's quite difficult to end red on the month because it would be the same idea as like people love to scalp, right? They love to do 1Rs, or they love to do what they'll call negative R. But the thing is, when you run those systems, your win rate is very high, yes. But when you lose, it does take a lot. So managing risk appropriately is the reverse. You're kind of grabbing that very high risk of ruin probability and you're reversing that. And if you do that, you should be fine on the month.
You also can't scale that type of system.
Yeah. And not to ruffle feathers, I do make it a point to myself. I'm not looking for no internet beefs. I'm not going to argue with you about how to trade, how not to trade, this and that, especially on Twitter. But there's a lot of stuff out there about, we'll say negative R. They'll call it negative R. Like you risk 20 for 10, that kind of stuff. And they're pulling mad payouts. They're like, this is the way. You guys are clowns. You guys aren't doing it right. You guys are being lied to about positive R. Find out which of those trade real cash accounts. Find those results. See how long their cash accounts work. They're all on prop. Why? Because your risk of ruin on prop is not as threatening. Just buy a new account, run back that payout, right? So there are differences here. to get to payouts and stuff. I don't know if this holds for more downside here. I'm glad I took profits, but market's pretty bid. Hold on, guys. I'm keeping an eye on this. I might want to switch to longs.
All right, so I want to touch on something on that, on the losing stuff. Before that, I have a short setup here under this higher low for the IB strat that I've been talking about here recently, but I'm still in the long, and I'm just gonna sit in that. But so when you look at systems overall, guys, and drawdowns, the longer the higher the time frame, the longer the drawdown can be, and the more time it can be sustained, right? Meaning, like when you're swing trading, you can have drawdowns that are multi-months. And when you bring that time frame down in your day trading, and you're especially focusing something like on the 1 minute, on the 2 minute, on the 5 minute, your drawdown should be per week. Like it should not be a 3 month, 4 month drawdown like in swing trading. So for you to go through losses and then to recover that has to happen at such a smaller time window. And that's why there's the possibility that you don't have losing months, because your drawdowns are happening intra-month, 2, 3, 4, 5 days, and then you reclaim that because your activity is just significantly higher than swing trading on a daily time frame. That if you are having losing months on a day trading strategy, then to be honest with you, you don't have a strategy. You should not be going through that type of drawdown with such a active day trading strategy. Like your loser should be 3, 4, 5, 6 in a row. And what is that? Maybe one day for you guys, maybe 1 week for you guys. And then you start recovering that. So you should reflect on that if you are having drawdowns or losses. I mean, I know a lot of you guys are trading props and you lose the account. You don't really see it as a drawdown. You just lost an account. You can buy it back up. But you really have to consider the type of strategy that you have or you're trading, or maybe the strategy works and it's not you, right? Maybe you're not aligning with the strategy, your beliefs about the strategy, or fear of losing money. Of course, all that comes into play, but that just means that you really haven't done the work, to not go on a tangent here. You haven't really done the work to believe and have confidence and conviction in your strategy for you to go through a drawdown and then recover that. And if you're not recovering that drawdown within a week, then like I'll have 2 losers in a trade, and it's like, okay, well, what do I need to do to recover that, right? But it should be such a short window for that recovery that you cannot have losing months. Sorry.
Yeah. Obviously, like I don't want to sit here and be like, oh, I don't fucking lose trades and stuff. I might lose one right now, but you manage risk. I mean, you guys see, I don't really stay in it. I think everyone thinks I don't lose trades because I get out of them. So it looks like I'm just either not in a trade or I'm in a winning trade because I'm sitting in a winning trade, but it happens all the time. I'm just really looking for opportunities, especially risk reward. Like I said, the short I took, I had no idea up or down. I just know like if I'm right on it, I'm getting paid. If I'm wrong on it, take a little bit. I think it was like a 10-point stop or something, right? Who knows? But I think the key is just to resign as much control to the market as you can and focus on the one thing that you can control, and it's just risk. You do that, you'll have great months.
Yeah, you can have a losing week for sure. That's nothing. In day trading, that should be recovered by the next week. Unless you just have sizable losses. Again, if you have that, you're not trading a strategy. Your risk should always be the same.
This is another thing too. You guys can see me floating like 1,500 PNL up there on that push, but I'm not taking this, right? I want higher. And yeah, a lot of times it'll come back. Maybe I'll stop out. Maybe I'll scratch out, break even, or small win, small loss. And everyone's like, oh, you're crazy. You should have took that. But when you do that, your long data set will see the effects, right?
Yeah.
Make it so that when the market is not agreeing with you, you're given a lot less to the market, and when you are aligned with it, it's compensating you much more so. So I'm looking for 44s, 45s to get my first scales. If we really run up to it and I see a lot of like imbalances on the way, yeah, sure, I'll take some. But right now, I'm looking. There's a
Am I trading the
wall.
IB strategy? Yes, I have the separate window that I'm looking to short if it triggers. But right now, this account is long on the 9 MA reversal setup that I trade here, and I'm looking for a pushback to 590s. And I already partialed once, and then let's see if we can get that push.
All right, let's get out of two. As it's buying through that wall, there's still more passive sell. I don't want to risk all these like 25 points for an extra 10 or 5 more. So let's get out of two on a 3. I am going to put these slightly below break even. But we've got 3. I think if we can break this, we're gonna head out to that big pool of sellers that I got short with earlier. Now I'm a trader. I'm gonna stab them in the back and see if we can get some overnight low action. As it gets closer to that TP, I'm gonna see if I need to just book it. Like I said, I there are times where I'll blow up a whole deal, like a $4,000 deal over $5. You guys have seen me do it. I don't want to do it that often, so keeping an eye. If we trade into the 540s and starts to slow down, I'm not gonna risk all this coming back for an extra 5 points. Right now, I'm seeing tapered prints in the 540s. I don't appreciate that much.
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
All right, so I took
Thank
more
you.
partials here at 1.5 R. And then I'm just going to sit on the rest and see if we do push up.
All right,
When you're
there's that
starting out.
big pool of selling. The interesting part is this. They traded into it. No one is
right here.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, no one's really pressing the gas. I don't like that too much. So I hope they find a bid that's willing to step up with price right now, and then they'll go retest that. But as they traded into that pool of sellers, they didn't even try to buy through it much. So that kind of sucks. Yeah, we're seeing that effect now. The market has made a choice, certainly, that, hey, look, we'll buy these prices, but we won't buy those. I hope they change their mind. Yeah,
We
this
look to
could
short
be
here on the other account.
a pretty serious move down. I'm gonna look to see if I can get short fills
This is high low forms. It'll be maybe 30 contracts, but I'm gonna go with 25. We just backtested 50% of IB as well for NQ. ES. So there's a divergence between ES and NQ at that.
Order filled.
All right, so I am short on the IB strategy.
I'm short because they didn't seem like they wanted to buy that up there. So I'm giving them a shot.
All right. So I'm long in this account. I'm short in the other account for the IB strat. And we'll see if it works. We'll see which one it works.
And Lou.
And guys, now what I'm doing here is I'm IB testing the other strategy with a different account. I mean, it's 5 Lucid accounts that I'm trading it on. So it's different from my regular strategy. And I'm just live testing that now to see how much money I can make. And if the back testing results are true, and if I can make that money times 5 accounts, then it'll be a good 3 months from now.
We got selling coming in this range. See if they do it.
And then 2R would be
add. All right. We got the last add on. Let's see if we can ride this back down. Potential higher low. I'm definitely looking at that. So why I like the short guys is obviously the activity up there when they showed their hand in that range. And right here where there was crazy bid earlier and not enough sell to satisfy, there's definitely sell this time around. So I'm thinking something could shift, which is, do I know anything? I don't know anything. Just going with the information that the market's showing me, placing my bet, controlling the risk, letting the market figure out its feelings. I do like the close, that 5-minute bar. We are working towards a really, really dirty 15-minute close, but we've still got 4 minutes left for that. A lot can change. But I like what's going for the trade. I like what's cooking for the short thesis. Of course, it's up to the market if they agree.
I'm not hedging. It's 2 different strategies, 2 different accounts. Not trading in the same account. Wouldn't shorten the IB bounce be much stronger at VWAP? I'm following the rules I created, which is to short the first bounce that fails. So I am doing that.
All right, I want to see another little flush, a push to start covering some. I think I'll cover half on a decent push.
I'm going to move my stop to this to minus 0.5 R. I already took 2 partials, 1.5 R. Yes, I have my day trading strategy. There's 3 to 4 really good setups a day. But my focus in the first 2 hours, first 2-3 hours, you have your best. It's a combination of location, right, where I'm looking to trade reversals, and then the setups that appear. So I would say 80% of the time, my day is done in the first 2-3 hours.
All right, we got filled on 1 cover on that push. I do want to cover at least 1 more, but I want lower prices. I want the 80s at least. Stick it here.
Oh, thanks, Charles. Kick the shadow between the EMAs is the EMA cloud. It's an indicator that I created.
Come on. Stepping off the gas under that 500 on the sell side a little bit. There you go. All right, so this is going to be either the last upside pullback and then we'll start to move lower, or this is going to be the hold. I'm going to let the market figure that out and I'll proceed accordingly. Sorry, Chad. I just been locked in on the order flow. I can't see anything. But please hit the likes. I mean, I feel like I'm cooking up a 5-course meal for you guys today. Like,
What are the likes at?
we are cooking.
40. Yeah, there's 1,400 of you guys joining us and 350 likes. Come on, help us out here.
Can I get this cover, please? There you go. Half is gone. We're down to 2. Dude, what is this bid? All right, I'll negotiate. I'll cover one more if they go down there.
I'm putting myself at break even on the rest. So looks like we might just chop around.
All right, we're gonna start trailing down to 1. This will be my last trade. So, hey, damn, we had a day,
Yeah,
guys.
it's the desktop.
This thing right here. Yeah, dude, I got 4 violins. That's how you know I'm cooking.
All right, took a stop at break even on the last third or the last quarter.
Jims, I appreciate that. Oh, I cracked 10K, but I'm not anywhere near 20, no. Nah, the sizing hasn't been big enough for sure.
Was that you or a soundbite?
What?
The gulp?
Gulp? I don't know. I didn't gulp. I did. I'm still kind of sick.
NQ hit, they both actually hit the 50% of IB and rejected. We need to reclaim that now to go up much higher. If not, can we see new lows? That would be a bit crazy here.
Crazy?
I mean, nobody wants to hold, into the weekend, that's for sure.
All right. I don't know if this is crazy, but yes, it is. Do we get like insane liquidation? I'm here for it. Let's see, my Mr. One Lot here.
You put it back on, or you had that already?
No, this is from the same short. It's from an ad. That's why it's a little lower. But hey, let's see if we can get really violent. I mean, like I said, guys, we're in price discovery mode from the morning plan, and when we are in price discovery mode, I don't know anything about anything. I just follow volume, and we are building the biggest node at the lows. and price is having trouble pulling up from it. We're stuck at it. Let's see. Thanks. That's why I'm done for today. My best day as a new trader. Appreciate the clarity with your trading process. I'm glad it helps, man.
Hey, great job for your new trader.
You don't want to
Fantastic.
know what I was doing when I was a new trader. I'll tell you, it wasn't trading.
You're gambling.
Yeah.
We all
I
go
thought
through
I
that.
was trading.
Just gotta bleed your eyes out with screen time.
Literally. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 2 3 2 2 2 2 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. I had a lot of trades today besides overshort. Yes. Am I in profit? Yes, definitely. How do I get such a good read on the market, trading both sides, short and long, in a short period of time? I'm a scalper, guys. It's just, yeah. I'm a guy that's very focused on like shorter reads, but if you ask me about like long term, I'm like, don't ask me what market's gonna do tomorrow or next week. I don't know because simply I don't get paid to know. So you guys have to figure that out yourselves too. Like, what information is worth really honing in on, mastering. A lot of people think it's like, all right, well, I'm done for this. Let's just say I'm done for the day right now. And someone asks, well, what do you think we'll trade on Monday? It's like, I don't care. Do I get paid to know where we're going to trade on Monday? No, I'm going to wake up on Monday. I'm going to find out. The market's going to figure it out. So you choose. I don't want to say one thing to be good at, but make sure you're very deliberate in your approach. I'm not a macro guy. Don't know what's going to happen Monday. I don't get paid to know. It doesn't affect my trading. So we'll find out on Monday. That's kind of the thing. Um, and it's not to say you shouldn't prep. Get your levels. Do your high time frame analysis. Get all the spots in, your zones, your levels, your this, your that, because that's your guiding hand. So come Monday, when the market's doing this, he's screaming that. This person said, I'm bombing this. This guy said, I don't know, your country blows and we're better. Anything. You're ready because you have your levels. Heh. This is funny. XY, can you point us in the right direction for freely learning auction market theory? Everything I have is free. My YouTube, my Twitter. I have a free playbook. I've made a lot of stuff for the streets. I don't promote it as often, but it's there and it's free. You don't even have to put your email in there. You just click it. So go on my Twitter. If you guys have a Twitter, it's all on there, or YouTube. Go on my YouTube. Um, the link to the playbook is in those two links. Sounds shady. Hey, there's only one way to find out. How do I manage not to trade P&L while looking at it? I don't. I definitely trade P&L. Do as I say, not as I do. Don't trade P&L, but I do. That's why, like, the more P&L I make, the poorer my execution becomes. So I'm a guy that gets my trades in and calls it quick. Like, I'm done. I'm good. I don't need anything else. We'll do it again tomorrow. You're not gonna see me like getting crazy. I don't know. You'll see on Twitter, like, I made 30K today, 40K. I don't know. I made 160K. Like, ain't gonna happen. Sorry. No free lunches, nothing is free. I don't know. Has anyone in the chat paid for anything that I've offered? Maybe that can answer it. Because if you did pay, I don't know where the money went. You should find out how I can get that money from you. Like, the only thing, all that I have is an affiliate code Lucid. So my only ask is, if you're going to purchase Lucid accounts, use the code. If you're not, don't do anything. That's all it is. I don't ask for any money. Yo, mama, you said you paid for something. What'd you pay for, man?
Buy Bitcoin to
Is that five
Nigeria.
Bitcoins? My bad, yo, mama. I gave you the wrong crypto wallet. We gotta fix that. Yeah, they trailed me out of my. Ooh,
Oh, look at
wow. They
that.
did more than that.
Look at that.
Huh.
I want that.
Stop filled.
I took a stop on the IB trade. But we're holding. That was a really good higher low.
Useless. Yeah, red weeks are also rare. You guys see all my trades on stream, by the way. So you guys see it happening.
We're still inside that IB low in the 50% for NQ at least. ES did peak above it. It is stronger. Cyclicals are stronger. But we've been consolidating all day. That was my big morning comments, is that we have to correct the type of move that we saw from yesterday, and we're seeing that. We're just consolidating sideways. But we're holding that's we're at a key spot here. Yeah, so you know what's gonna happen when we reclaim that IB mid. All right, so today the IB strat is -1R. Yesterday it made 3.5R. So I would have to lose 2.5 more trades to lose those gains if I don't have another winning trade next week. Hey, Andres, thank you so much. It's a great network here. They have great traders. And, production kicks ass to help put everything together. And we all ask us, to subscribe, share with your neighbor. Everybody like and subscribes to help the network out, become better, have more events where everybody can meet each other. We'll all get together for Miami. And then I think Chicago is next, and other places.
Is Chicago after Miami?
I don't know.
Mike?
So thanks for supporting, though, guys.
Hey, Mike, I appreciate that. I'm not sure if it's the best content for him because he's learning, but
For who?
someone, Mike in chat, he said his son is finishing high school and he wanted to learn trading and he pointed his son to my content. But it could be really convoluted. There's a lot of like weird jargon and stuff.
Yes,
Yeah, I
Eddie.
mean,
It's because we're really extending. I'm just following the rules and executing. RIP me? Why? What happened?
what happened, man?
I turned blonde. Oh, is Lumi here? I got an upgrade. I'm blonde. So not Chris, but Christina. Is that what you guys are saying?
Christina.
Oh, I think
More
morning.
friends.
Hey, Bugs.
production
More friends.
was asleep. Hey guys,
How's it going?
Hello, guys. How are you?
good. How are you guys?
I mean, I tried to long 3 times. I tried to long 3 times today. So first loss, second break even, and finally it hit my TP on this ES. It's just
What,
wild.
NES?
Yeah.
Nice. I did the same. The last one stopped me out at break even.
Yeah, I wasn't not sure if you can see my chart. I wasn't long from let me see my executions. From 64.70. I took a loss. Then I entered at 64.63. Cut at break even, and then I re-entered again at the same price level, and finally it hit TP. It just took forever. Wild. So technically, this trade ideas I use SPX. So what's my TP here? It's my first TP. I still hold in runner to hit 25% of RTH gap. Yeah, that's crazy price action today.
Yeah.
Yeah, I hate it. I hate it.
You
Whatever
didn't
that.
trade Stowe or nice?
Oh, I used to be. I was.
Until I went back and up and down.
Yeah, that 25 points, whatever, wherever the hell happened there. Yeah, that was all. I was short. I had one good trade. I'm short 75 to start the day, and then every time I tried to get back in it, it was just choppy mess. Then I got what I thought was a good seat back at 78. Scaled too off, and I was looking for 45, maybe 20s. But whatever happened here had different plans, and so I got stopped. Also, I was getting a coffee while this happened, so it was extra stupid.
Someone said pound that short again. I don't think so, man. No, not after that.
I know I'm okay with low on NQ. I don't see lower yet on NQ.
Well, we traded back
really need
to
to
a
see
different
lower.
420 guy, so
Oh, big 420 guy, huh?
Yes,
Huh,
thank you
Stowe?
so much. Thank you so much, yes.
Stowe, you big 420 guy? Name them all.
well, I guess there's a 23,000 420 guy, and then there's a
There's
24,000
there's
420
420,
guy.
there's 1,420, 2,420, 3,420, 25,420.
There's the move here that I was looking for.
I tried 3 times. Like I was looking for this as well.
Yeah, just the
It's
first
funny
one
because
hit
people
just
it's
under
people
my
in my
R.
chat
There we
said,
go.
"Oh, I'm so sorry. You
No,
were
you're
talking.
good.
I'm so sorry."
Go ahead.
People in my chat kept saying like, "Why are you long? Why are you long?" Because I cannot see lower. It's the structure. It's reversed. Like it's reversal here.
That's what I was saying too. We just can't, from a trend perspective, that we're extended and up can be higher now.
I'm going to show you my executions. You will laugh on my executions because it's just wild. Let me see. I need to change the resolution on my screen first.
I think we're gonna go lower.
The
Sounds not
contrarian.
good.
Everyone's just like long, yeah, higher. Then all of a sudden,
I know this sounds
I
crazy.
think we're gonna...
From where? Like from where? I would like to see 6,500 first.
I have thoughts.
I mean maybe it's not gonna be easy, but this has been the same day, and I don't know. We're in a. I mean, the trend is down on the week and the month.
Oh, are you talking about like in general, see lower or today?
I don't know. I think today. What do we got? 220.
No, I think we've put in a good low for today.
It is a pretty good low.
Yeah, I feel same way.
It's a good low, but high time frame, we're not really getting anywhere. But it's a good low. It could definitely take us to the anywhere. I'm just glad I'm done trading because I have no idea about anything.
Yeah.
Especially after that low. It's they barely swept it. They barely swept it again, and then they failed it. And that was a pretty big push.
So technically we can pop 18 points more on ES.
We
So
can make a new
6,500.
high.
Yeah, I want to see higher. Maybe I'm wrong, so I'm so sorry about this. But
No, never wrong.
I feel like it's going to be bullish. Never wrong. Yeah.
Going for IB high.
Everyone on stream is never wrong. Rakesh, are you here? Hey, look, where's my quant? It's been 2 days without him. Can we get a wellness check?
Oh,
Yeah,
I
maybe
quantitative.
6,500 first.
My math specialist.
I don't know. It's definitely extended, but like that hasn't stopped it the last couple of days. I mean, yesterday was extremely extended too.
So
We're just
let me
touching
show
the
you my
24-hour
executions
VWAP for the first
since we're
time.
waiting. Here's my executions. Let me actually zoom. Can you see entire screen right now? Not sure. Oh yeah. So I was trying to long here. My mistake was I didn't wait for sip of this low. So it was mistake. But yeah, it was small. I lost like $200. Then we swept this low finally. So I re-entered. So basically we got the closure above the sequence of done close candles. OB, perfect, amazing. I re-entered here. Stop loss was here. I cut at break even. And I entered again right after this. So probably I didn't need to move to break even. I just needed to let it run, but it's fine. I re-entered again with a bit more bigger size. And because I truly, guys, when I'm confident, I can enter like 5-10 times. It's my mistake. I guess it's my like weakness because I'm sometimes so confident with my setups.
I agree.
And I can
with
try
you.
like 5-10 times.
I agree. People were telling me why I was looking for longs. Same reason as she said. We were just at a key level.
Must be the money. That's why. They made it up to him. They did it right this time.
So I'm looking for 6,500 to test. If people want to call this gambling, I don't care. Yeah.
Man, this looks terrible. We are building so much volume down here.
Work.
I mean, I'm just talking about on like, just on a slightly higher time frame. I mean, we've got 2 gap downs in NQ. That first one is very lonely from 2 days ago. Zero chance to go get it.
You know what's interesting though?
What?
No single print today.
That is interesting. I agree. It's doing weird balance day stuff. It's, yeah, this is why being short is so hard because you can just feel the profit taking in front of, like, they'll throw 600 lots down there at 64.50 and everybody's like, nope, I'll take my profit right here. It's so hard, so much harder to lean into shorts than longs for me anyway.
Gumbob, I don't know how to say your name, but it's XYZ and Chris, how do you improve your reaction time? For example, I was looking at both US 30 NAS long at 1120, took a loss, and US 30 still went to long NAS at 1120, but I feel like I needed a moment to process my loss. I just took and re-entered a trade and went without me. Yeah, so reaction time, the only way to improve your reaction time is to be very deliberate in your trading. How do you do that? You have a clearly defined way of trading, strategy, process, this and that. If it's there, you do it. If it's not there, you don't do it. You have to get to a point where that is your case, right? Very deliberate, not like, this, maybe that. Really define your strategy, define your edge, lock in. And then it becomes, hey, look, we're doing this or we're not. There's no maybes. If there are maybes, maybe it's not that good. Just let it go. If it works, it's not. Don't hindsight and be like, I should have because this and that. Like, it could have not worked as well. You never know. Just get a system, get really settled into your edge, and then you will fix those reaction times. There's a clip out there. I do say fear is the biggest eroder of edge, and I do think it is because fear keeps you out of doing what you're supposed to be doing. The fear of, what if I'm wrong? What if it takes my money? The market's going to do what it does to you. But if you manage your risk, you're going to have a profitable month, but you have to have a clearly defined edge and process and strategy. I think a lot of people think they do, but they probably don't. and then they think it's a discipline problem, a mental problem. You go on YouTube and it's all these platitudes of what you're supposed to do, like how to ice bath at 5 in the morning before your thing, and like
That's what I didn't do today. Damn it.
that's why the price action's all wonky. You're like,
That sounds like a tricky trade too. Like US 30 and NQ at the same time. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to execute both those ideas at once. So yeah, I don't know. Give yourself a break. It's
Yeah.
I look at NQ and ES at the same time, but I'm rarely ever trading both of them at the same time. Usually I'm just in one, and those are highly correlated. So usually, I don't know. I couldn't trade two different markets at the same time that are doing different things. Are we in a balance? Am I crazy? Are we not in a downtrend right now on the weekly?
We are.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, we're definitely downtrending.
Okay.
I mean, that's why I literally I think I took all shorts and one long today.
Okay. Yeah. No, this Tyler was saying the understand market structure. We're in a balance. We haven't built outside of it, so fade the extremes. And I'm like, I don't know, man.
Oh, I mean, maybe
What-
he's talking
Maybe
about
right now,
RTH
intraday?
profile. Because we're
Okay.
definitely trading outside the balance on the high time frame.
Yeah, I was like, what? Look at, I mean,
You skipped your ice bath today. You're not really all there.
I do feel crazy. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. This looks exactly like crazy pills. Yeah.
You might mean intraday
Okay.
volume. I mean, I think so because I don't see otherwise.
I just noticed weekly chart. So since last month, every single week opens with huge gap. So that's crazy.
I mean, fair enough that we may be it may be balanced for the day, but I would also disagree. Also, this day is only 2 hours old.
Yeah, a lot can happen. But if they hold here, look, they're approaching that node now. If they hold the node, we can go higher. If they don't, it's probably a new low.
Maybe
I'm just having
that's important for me.
having an identity crisis, maybe as being so bearish.
Bull or bear?
I don't know what the hell I'm doing. Yeah, it feels a bit like a prank show. You guys are all long, and I'm like, what? How's this happening? This might be a good time to inverse me.
Well, Max Wedge guy, congratulations on your $2,000.
Yay.
Oh, good.
Big money. Big money, Max.
Where is Selma? Great question. I think she had a wedding.
Oh,
she's not on the charts?
No.
I don't believe it.
You married?
No, not for herself, I don't think.
okay.
You invite us? The Ninja fam's not invited?
I'm gonna go object. How dare you not invite us?
I think I finally got old enough that I'm done going to weddings. The invites have stopped coming. So
For a minute, huh?
Yeah. I think I made it. Unless I start making young friends, I think it's over for me.
It's so over.
Oh my God. Nick First6 in the chat. Good morning, Nick First6.
I can't believe it's not you.
No, it's not. All I did was say I was going to make it in the chat, and I went to do it when we were off stream. I went to go make that Twitter account, and it said, you have to pick something else. Nick First6 is taken. And I was like, how? It's been 45 minutes. But sure enough.
It is what it is.
Production should have lent Nick the soundboard for the last week. It could have helped him out.
All right, guys. Are we thinking higher or lower? This is where they make the choice.
I mean, I have no idea.
I
The
think they're going
15-minute
lower.
candle looks kind of scary.
They spent so much time below both of the ranges and all my dumb wiggly stuff. Would still like to at least see 45. This is why I'm so bearish on the day. The IB high is basically the open. So what I've been trying to do as the market is changing is I've been trying to flip the chart on its head and do the things I would do opposite of a trend up day. And whenever
So
the RTH,
you're always long.
yeah. So what the RTH open, when that's the IB, I'm usually looking at this as the IB low, and I'm like, this rules. This is the biggest trend up day of all time. But I mean, we've retested it twice.
The long or.
So I'm trying to be the short or right now, and I'm much worse at it. But
This
Do you
15
apply
minute
anything
candle is
else on
gonna
top of
close.
that? Like, I agree with you, the IB highs at the open, but what about like context from like where this sort of scenario in a 1 day move lower versus like at the end of day 3? Like, does that change something for you?
I mean, it would if we would have made any attempt at an opening drive towards the gap, but we didn't. So previous day low is 65.20, and it just was pure opening drive down, puke the retest. And I really do need to go back through those stats. I know we ran them. I need to ask Leo what they were. But when the opening drives are away from the gap, it depreciates the percentage that gap is going to fill.
Right.
And I mean, yeah, it's just so bearish. It's so disgusting. And the London opening range, we basically sold completely off of that on both ES and NQ. It's just been selling the whole time. So no, I can't look for retraces. Not that they can't happen, but and even this this giant short, like when I got yeeted out of this 25-point candle, this is bearish to me too, because that's not a healthy buyer coming in. That's somebody just getting out of a position because somebody tweeted something. At least that's what it feels like anecdotally to me. So looking at the context of the month, the context of the week, that's why I'm so bearish down here. But that might be a good thing to inverse, because number one, I'm really bad at being bearish. And number two, but
I am actually getting into a short here.
We're building all this volume down here.
Yeah.
But I mean, we've left the world up there.
I am short.
I've been short on the IB strat as well. I don't know if it'll work.
Don't know if I'm gonna get paid, but I'm in there.
I'm not. I shan't be for a second.
All right, we got 4.
So far, a
Let's see if they hold
consolidation
this.
day, though, and it makes sense. We are into day 3 of the breakdown. To have like a sustainable trending day move lower just doesn't make sense.
I agree with you. It doesn't make sense to me as well.
Sideways to higher for a relief bounce that maybe gets sold much higher. I think that could happen, but let's say we do make a significant move lower. I think I would be buying that, because to me that would become a big fill breakdown.
Exactly. I feel the same way.
It's too dumb to interact with. I can't, like, you saw that too, XY, right? They just swept.
Yeah, they took my stop on it.
Yeah, I'm just like, yeah.
I'm still holding my runner on longs, so I still would like to see 6,500 on ES. I don't mind to see 660 on NQ, but I'm asking too much, I know. But I know we hit August low, and I am trying to stay above weekly open, which probably makes me feel like a bit more bullish at this point. We're above 10 AM open on three assets. So this retracement, I'm trading the retracement right now, just makes sense. So I'm going to hold this. If it's going to like stop me out in profit, I will be okay with this. But I truly believe 6,500 is good target.
Yeah. It is a good low. It is a good low on the day.
It is a good low.
They have the tail.
Irrefutable.
ES is a little nicer. I don't know. Tricky stuff.
I don't know. I think NQ's low is nice too.
You like it? Okay.
I do like it. I do.
I'm not. Maybe I'm not zoomed in enough on it on NQ. I had to make that screen smaller because of my stuff. So I didn't quite see what it did when it broke the IB down there to 440.
So what is going on right now is basically retracement back to the range, and probably we're going to close near where we are right now. I don't expect to get huge sell off just yet. At least nothing tells me to expect to get huge sell off. What I see so far, just retracing back to the range, and we're going to close somewhere here by 4 p.m.
Yep, I agree. But volume's dead. It's just sort of the action that you say, okay, I'm done for the week.
I mean, I'm trading my valuations today, but still, I'm done for the week since yesterday. I locked my accounts yesterday.
What you thinking, Stowe?
I don't know. I want to be short right now. I really, really do.
Short.
But I need to. Well, I can't. I
Lumi's
can't just yet.
give me the liquidity.
Yeah, we're moving higher.
Oh, man, I just got stopped on the short.
Lower lows, lower highs ended.
There's
higher lows now.
Yeah, we're looking at a pretty decent hold of that old range.
Here's the SPY chart. I mean, look at this, guys. We were in an aggressive downtrend all of yesterday. We need to correct that. We need sideways structure, which I said about that when I got on, and we're getting that, right? This consolidation is a requirement for price to now generate a new expansion, either higher or lower. So if you weren't expecting range bound action today based on the straight down move from yesterday, then I would strongly suggest to look at other scenarios where this happens. But it always repeats itself. We consolidate because we need to consolidate against that structure. And usually what happens into Fridays, especially with the structure, is you get a weakness into the open, you get some sort of failed breakdown, and then a reversal. And those were my trades this morning, was buying that failed breakdown. The first one hit 1.3R, right? And I was trying to exit half at 1.5R, so I got stopped out. The second one was a clear failed breakdown of the IB low. Took that, partialed out, and then I took a stop at break even on the rest. But if I would have kept my last runner, it's the same idea here, looking for a low to then correct sideways and higher until it gets tired. But it's the idea that when we're going so high in the market and says, oh, we need to pull back. Well, you don't need to correct through price. You can correct through time, and that's what we're doing here. We're having a correction through time. We're moving sideways until either we approach a significant level or we've corrected long enough where we get a direction to move.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't think we're moving sideways.
No. Well, you don't think it's gonna go sideways?
I mean, it is going sideways at the moment, but I don't know. I'm gonna need to see our gap fill, and we've still got like 40 points to do that on ES. I don't know.
I don't expect to get gap fill as well, but I expect to get 25 or 50% of this gap. That's all I want to see today.
I think so, but my day's done.
They snuck me. I was glued to it, XY. I was glued to the DOM, and I did not see them coming in like that. Piss.
You're too slow.
I was too slow. I was too slow.
Look at the 1-2s.
Yeah, that's skill issue.
It was a skill issue.
Oh, so I got short there too?
Nice job, homie. You saw
I mean, we don't know if it's going to work.
No.
We definitely don't know.
Yeah, I guess this day has an argument for both sides.
It
Because
definitely does.
there's trapped volume up here at the highs that we just retested it for the, I don't know, third time on ES and Q and NQ. They both have that little node guy. But like you guys said, it's a good low too. So
It is a good low.
I don't know.
I'm not pretty I'm really not adamant on new lows or anything like that. I just think we get a nice move back into the range. I don't think they can hold that spot and then just continue higher. I think it might be we're gonna see another retracement through the range. But hey, what do I know? You know,
I mean, dude, we're one tweet away from 50 points and both gaps filling too. So
yeah,
That's true.
I've been sizing lighter for sure because
we are talking about market structure pretty hardcore right now in a time when
it can be instantly invalidated.
Yes.
One tweet away from everybody getting stopped out.
Yeah,
Both sides.
Both sides.
We're building a little of a structure here above the at the 50% of the IB.
We are.
So the move should come whenever we're done consolidating here.
We have 10 seconds for a candle close, both 5 and the 15 here. I like where the 5 is going.
Sheesh, I can't believe that's all the way up there.
Funny people in the chat like, you need to long this, you need to short this. That helps a lot.
You need a trader strategy.
What was the vote? What was the vote? All right, 56% bearish. Well, that means I should be long for sure. Yeah, it's doing busy stuff up here.
Yeah, they're just trying to figure out their feelings. I like where I'm seated, so
it's good.
Hold on to it.
Yeah, not much is happening now.
You just want 64 ES, John. Okay. I can probably do that.
Yeah, because it's my break even.
Oh no. All right. Well,
I mean,
I can't do that anymore.
I unlocked most my position off at the high, so I'm green on the day.
We'll do 65.
Just 2 micros left in this position.
Lumi, we need
So
you to
fine.
call. We need you to call the people you call and
tell them to sell it. Tell them to sell it. All right, we've got some bid flying in here. Let's see what they get.
Yeah, to me, this is acceptance of the 50% of IB and the last sort of highs of the bounces. We're consolidating right at it.
When you look at that, do you look at how much volume has transacted in both sides of the IB?
No.
Okay.
Like when I'm thinking acceptance at the 50% mark?
Yeah.
No, I'm just looking at the structure at that moment in time into the 50% area. Like if you look at the NQ, you have NQ or ES, you're trading ES, right?
I got both up, yeah.
So I see the 1022 high, 1108 high as sort of lower highs. And then right now we're consolidating at it. And to me, that's acceptance of that. Because we don't have, it's a change in character. We didn't reject this last time. We actually broke through it and then we pulled back, created a higher low, and now we're hugging that area. So as long as we can continue to hold, I see this as a continuation push higher.
Okay.
We need to lose now, we need to lose the last higher low here around 518 area to then push back down to the lows.
Yeah. I guess when I look at that structure, I'm seeing like I don't have the IB mid on, but let's call it, I don't know, where are we at?
It's at 558.
50? Okay.
Yeah, around there.
All right, cool.
Did I get first class seats? I don't know. They're not bad.
They're
first
not
class, but they're
not great. The OR mid, if Leo's looking at a chart today and he's short 610, then he wins right here. But
where's OR mid?
That is 610.
Yeah, my average in the short is 560s. I mean, I got about 15 points on this so far, but Don't know. Don't know. I'm hoping for a good close in 90 seconds. That's what I'm really waiting for here. A really good candle close can send this thing off for me.
Actually, this is something that I definitely struggle with. Like this 55, I agree, Chris. This is what we've been banging off of, these 58, 55-ish. So
Yeah.
this definitely becomes like a pivot, but once, like, they're spending so much time here. Like, this is buying, it can't go anywhere. This is selling, it's not going anywhere. It's so hard for me to engage with a pivot that just eventually becomes such a high traffic area like this.
So you see that more of like a, I don't know if the right word would be like I mean, maybe I view distribution different than you guys, but you see this as like, there's just too much noise happening that it's telling you that it's leaning back down.
Well, no, but it tells me that it doesn't know. It tells me that this is becoming its own auction right here, pretty much. So
Okay.
I would view this as, this is the main balance right here from like 450 to 572. I mean, this is
Yeah.
the current value area is 471 to 574. So we've only got 100 points of value area at the moment. And when the majority of that is below, like, low things, like most of that is below the overnight low.
I see.
So for them to completely abandon all this work that they have done down here and start to retrace and start to look for that gap, that just becomes a hard sell for me, because I see them more likely to abandon things like this tail or whatever this tiny volume node was up here. I think that's why XY is trying to lean off of this. It's not a dead body because I never get that set up right, but you know what I mean.
This ain't no, it ain't like that today.
But yeah, I would just view this as the balance. This is the auction that currently exists. So it's hard for me to push out of this high with my new rules of, well, we've spent so much time below all these low things.
Screw your rules, still we're going.
You should go down. I was talking about, like, I don't want to be long up here at 560.
I'm trying.
I mean, I do in my soul, but
cover here.
I mean, I am short as well with you guys, but you know, I'm just
I'm not
following the
sure.
rules.
You're not short, right?
I was too chicken. The only thing I'm doing is narrating the short that I wish that I was in.
I've got 4 on. I'm trying to cover 1. I don't know if they're gonna do this here. Oh, there you go.
I do have TPs at 2R if it hits,
They're pulling XY. It looks good.
but we'll see.
I'm gonna try to get another one off. Go down to 2 here, and then try to move through the range with it. There we go. There we go.
This thing right here.
Dude, I got like 6 violins, though. I'm cooking today. I'm cooking up a 6th course. I'm supposed to be off stream. I'm still wrist flicking.
It's overtime. It's overtime.
Dude. Basically, I'm basically gonna do the dishes after I cook at this point. Never leaving this kitchen.
That's cool. I like that, XY. That was
You like
good.
that?
I do. I do like that.
All right, well, let's see if we can get the 485s again. That's where some real buying definitely occurs right there. I'm gonna see if I can really milk these two. They could hold this here. That would be 2 attempts. I'm looking at ES's profile. They're giving up a lot of room here on ES, so
Yeah.
that's where the weakness is coming in for me. NQ still looks pretty strong. 2 attempts lower, they hold it. They could just move all the way up to new high day.
Yeah. The other thing, Chris, that you have me doing all the time is, now I'd see these tightening wedges constantly, even though I don't even draw them. So, and that's it. I definitely see that. I definitely see that on NQ right now. It's tightening, and it looks like it's pointing right at that 556 area. So I don't know. I don't know how you make those wedges, but I think they're keeping me safe. I don't know. Because I'm like, all right. Maybe
It's
don't
just
lean.
a consolidation inside the most recent swing high and swing low.
Mm.
And then
Okay.
price sort of ping pongs inside of that, and then eventually you get a break.
I might add on some strong buy tape if they fall under. So two things, either take me out break even, or I'm about to add on or add against buying.
Where's your squiggly line at?
We're on it right now, actually.
Okay.
It's dead to me.
It feels mixed up. Oh, doing you bad?
No. I mean, if it's not sloped, it doesn't exist to me on the chart.
Okay.
Like if price is constantly just going around it through it,
Yeah.
it's worthless. Yeah.
Yeah, that's the balance day.
Don't
That
matter.
sucks. I've accidentally been looking at your squiggly line on a 15-minute chart.
There you go again, doing the wrong settings.
Yeah. Well, I'm not using it, but I pull up the NinjaTrader app just to look at price, like in the evening and at night, and
it's just there.
It's pretty good on a 15 if it's moving.
Well, I mean, Chris uses it on a bunch of time frames, and Salma too, so it works.
Yeah.
I've added 2. If they don't get what they want here, I'm going to scratch out break even on this.
Oh shoot, our time is up.
Our time is up. Yes.
Sorry, guys.
I'm just
You're
doing the
good.
dishes at this
We
point.
We don't have much else to talk about or do. Oh, 1,000 lot guy is partying 64. Lumi, is that you? Is that your break even down there? You have 1,000 lots on?
Not yet.
Okay.
Not yet.
She's building into her 1,000 lot position.
Oh,
right,
also,
guys.
I forgot I'm done saying Lumi. I'm saying Dasha now.
It's fine.
I meant to put that on a note
We'll
card.
all say Dasha.
All right, Chris. Later, brother.
All right. I'm gonna let the
All
short
right,
cook. I'll see you guys
She's
later.
like, you're pronouncing it wrong.
Did I? Oh God, probably.
All right, guys. You guys have a good weekend. Chat.
You too.
Take care.
Wish
All
me
right,
luck.
peace.
Bye.
All right.
All right.
I'm green on the day. I still holding 2 micro contracts. It's nothing but holding. Let's see what will happen. It's going to be my last trade on the day. I'm not going to trade right after this. I'm not interested in shorts. I'm looking at SPX chart. We hit sell side liquidity level, major sell side. My first attempt failed. Second one play out. I'm still looking for at least retracing back to the gap. So that's why I was talking about like 6,500 on ES, because I want to see retracing back to the gap for potential reaction to downside. So I just not interested in shorts. Short was okay at the open. I wanted to see we hitting sell side on NQ at 481. We hit this perfect amazing. So after this, I kind of don't see lower. I mean, technically we can drop more to weekly fair value gap at 288 on NQ. But I guess it's too much for Friday. It can happen on Sunday, maybe. But yeah, I'm not going straight anymore. I'm green on the day. Really happy with this. Try 3 times. It's a lot for me.
Some of the stuff that I look at recently, I mean, we still have more room in this day, at least on NQ. It would be extremely weird, like a 5% chance that we don't at least get 60 more points of range. Now, I have no clue which side that's going to be on, up or down, but it would defy probabilities if we don't get another 60 points on either side of this range on NQ. Like 224 points. We opened and VIX was 29. And we only have a 224 point range. That's pretty weird. Is today a
I mean,
weird
we
day?
got huge sale yesterday. So maybe that's fine for Friday. Because today so far just strange. Nothing like happened. So disconnecting my accounts for today. Yeah, I'm green, like no complaints.
Yeah, fly it here. Yeah, only. All right, we filled that 64. So this is pretty cool. So here goes 1,000 lot guy. Totally got filled, and we're gonna see what happens. Now, wrestling liquidity is what it is. I don't necessarily care about it, but they seem to have shut the door behind him once he got filled. A bunch of offer came on top of that.
Because next stop on ES at 64.05. It's 50 points lower.
Yeah. I guess 360. I guess maybe that's it. Maybe 365. Yeah, but I mean, if it pulls up here, then it really is just going to sit and consolidate all afternoon. Yeah, they do fill 1,000 lots whenever they want to. It's not that much to the market. I saw, Dasha, did you see all those tweets about like the 1.5 billion in ES notional, blah blah blah, the insider trading weirdness?
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, interesting, right?
It drove me crazy personally, because I mean, like, this is, I mean, we have 1/4 of that size that just executed at one tick there at 64. The thing that bothers me about that is they don't, like, nobody mentions in those that, like, if somebody bought that many, someone also sold that many. So you can't just get in without a counterparty. Oh man, boy, did I screw up on that short. I was eyeing it. Oh, XY is going straight to the bank. Nice, there he is. He came back into touchdown dance. Thanks, XY. I'm still not good enough to get into those. Maybe someday.
So let's see if ES can break below 10 a.m. open, because so far since 10 a.m. we're expecting this level. That's why I was bullish.
I know it did have my name on it. It did. I don't know. I just got smoked by this big news. I gave back 20 points. So honestly, I was pissed. That's pretty much all, because I worked hard to get this short, because I'm targeting down here 45. I was working on this all morning, and yeah, I went to get a coffee here. Like, I logged into the stream, got a coffee, came back, and just literally got punched in the face. So I got a little bit in my feelings, probably. So, or rather, I just didn't want to chase it. I didn't want to feel like I was married to the idea and maybe it was going to go higher. Because Dasha and Chris are right. Like, this is consolidating after a ton of puke. There's clearly a buyer down here. The low is good. I don't know. Where can you find Stowe's video? Which video? Are there videos of me? I hope not.
What do you think about oil?
I don't know.
Okay. Oh, you didn't trade oil, right?
No. Show me, though. Bring up the chart. You know more about
So
oil
I'm
than me.
thinking, yeah, I'm thinking about oil to go to 100.
Where's it partying right now?
This morning I was like, it's long. It's going to be long all day. And it's funny because when oil goes up, indices normally go down. And even though in this, I decided to try to long ES twice, but I really in love with longs on oil. I would like to see, I'm not sure if it's going to pump to 100, but still would like to see this maybe next 3 trading days, like Monday, Tuesday. Yeah, I would like to see higher on oil, but structure from yesterday remains the same. So I wanted to see sweep of lows and reversal. And something happened yesterday around like between 2 and 4. We got like, I guess it was like at 4. It was just a spike, huge spike. Something happened. And I was like, if it's not going to be long today, then I don't know. And after this, we got 4-hour order block. So it just should push higher to equal highs. That's what I like right now on oil.
Man, that 100
No,
is crazy.
yeah.
If that thing breaks, that's going to be ridiculous. Look at that high. That's so silly. Yeah, I can't believe it's doing round number weirdness up there. That that's why I don't trade oil. Also,
I trade oil. I
it
trade
looks
oil
haunted
a
to me.
lot.
We gonna respect this 64 guy? We tried to come talk to him.
Yes, still above the name open. That's wild games here.
Yeah.
Don't understand this. Why?
Yeah. I mean, Chris definitely knows more about those timing consolidation days. He's done a lot more work with that than me. So I tend to listen to him when he says things like that. So if that is true, and at least on ES, if this is going to be the balance for the day, it makes sense we're going to go talk to both sides, and maybe they'll end up putting the point of control like at 64.70. So they came up here, did a bunch of business, but we just retested that 64 guy. I don't know. I want to be short. And I keep not
I'm
doing
done
it.
with indices. Done. I'm not going to even trade them anymore.
Anyways, what's the I need to talk to the chat today. I've been ignoring the chat all week. I have been. It's been terrible. They got me. Leo got me talking about politics. They've been getting me on all kinds of side quests. So I'm glad we talked. I'm glad we all talked about market structure at least a little bit today. Okay, XY's out. We can go lower now.
Anyway, since YM broke below 10M open, ES and Q still above this level, I cannot short this even in my mind. So I would try to wait for the break below 10M open on ES and NQ. And yes, I can agree with potential shorts, but not right now.
Yeah, Damon's the entry was up there in the 80s. I just chickened out. Just chickened out. No other way to put it. Oh, what's my YouTube channel? I don't know. I don't know what it's called. It's
well,
might be Stowe 42. I don't know. It's probably in my Twitter bio. It's probably in there somewhere. I don't know. I don't know. But yeah, if you go to my Twitter, I'm sure I've posted a video from it somewhere. So that would be, you might have to do a little exploring. Maybe if you want, if you find my channel, come back to the chat and then tell me what it is. I'll write it down. Oh, Nick for a Sig says, why is the low good? Well, this is what we look at. I'm just looking at ES. You see all these lows here? Let's see, we have one here at 10, 10, 10, 1039. All these equal lows here at 55. This got swept. And you can also see it over here on the volume profile. Price spent very little time down here. We call this a tail. It can be a volume tail. Auction market theory talks about tails. You can, I don't know, you read about that if you want to. But when an equal low like this, gets swept, gets a little volume tail, that creates a good low. Tasha, you have reasons that this is a good low too, right? Probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was pretty sure like NQ low is in for the day. I mean, maybe I'm still right, but we're gonna see.
Yeah. And then I'll pull NQ over too. You can see. And it
Because
has
next stop is like at 288. It's almost 300, no, 200 points lower. 207. That's a lot to drop.
it's just these I can't address you directly, Nick, for a sake, because that username is too hilarious. But it's just pretty much when you have these lows that are like, the way I kind of view them in real time is when they are slowly being respected and then price quickly goes through them and then comes back out. It kind of gets like a rubber band rejection. That creates good lows. It's when price doesn't really want to spend too much time down there. In auction market theory world, you can envision this as price got too cheap. Nobody wanted to sell it anymore down there, and only people wanted to buy it. So it just becomes very one-sided and quickly rebounds back into a place where price is more fair again, or at least fair as viewed by the current participants, right? And it'll often leave a little volume tail. Or the other thing it can leave too, where'd my NQ go? The other thing it can leave also is, and I actually like these a little better, are little nodes with the tail. So this one has a good tail on NQ from like 50 to 40, but then it also has this little node of balance that it's also rejected a couple times. So, and if you look at the top side of ES, it also has all this volume up here too that we've moved away from. So it happens on both sides. When you get a true balance profile, each side is going to have something like this. Each side's going to have a tail. Each side's going to have a little node where nobody wanted to hang out anymore.
See how it respects and 10 AM open. Like, that's crazy. This level. Since 10 AM, we cannot break below. That's why I was so sure it's like low is in. Even here, it was trying, but swept this low and closed above 10 AM open again.
Yep.
So I was confident it will hit 6,500 today. Well, it's still possible. I cannot see the closure below this level yet.
Definitely.
But not going too long again. Like I tried 3 times. Enough. No.
They're really pushing off that seller though at 64. In another effort to talk about stock market things that I look at today, because I don't know if I had maybe I had a dream that I didn't talk about market stuff enough on the show. I don't know, but I was thinking about it. I was just like, I think I goofed off on the show too much this week. There's often questions about resting liquidity and what it means. And we get these all the time about Delta. And we still have this, I don't know, it was 1,000 lot dude here that was a ton of resting liquidity, right? Price came in to that resting liquidity, and while you don't know what the intention of that trader is, you can glean things off of it once that position has been filled. And so if you notice, once we got there, we pushed right through them, and a ton of offer came right back on top, like stacked on top of him, kind of closing the door behind him. And then we went lower, and we've currently kicked off of him a couple times. So while I don't think resting liquidity matters until it is filled, once it's filled, you can glean stuff off of that position from there, just based on what the other order flow is doing around it. Dave, I don't want to talk about baseball. I'm too ashamed. Yesterday was brutal. It was terrible. Do you have a baseball team that you root for? Dasha only likes hockey. She's not responding to my baseball question.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, flight here, dude. Have you been on Thinkorswim for futures? That's crazy.
I mean, that's crazy.
I mean, I've done it. I did it back in the day. It wasn't fun.
I did this as well. That's why I'm
You
saying
did?
it's crazy.
Yeah, man. Those commissions are nasty too. Oh, fly here. We got to get you into the we got to get you into the 21st century or whatever it is we're in. Well, welcome. Welcome. All right, fair. That's fair.
At the moment, I was trying to draw levels on the chart there.
Yeah. Yep.
It was something special.
Yes. Yes, it was.
Yeah. Never again.
All right, let's see. They just can't get past this dude. Let's see if NQ can pull it off. Let me pull that back up. So right here we have another auction again. Price is too expensive, price is too cheap. All these little micro auctions. And the way that I watch those is this auction was won by sellers up here. Once we got to the 560s, I was glued to it. XY's entry was 575, that turkey. Sellers won that, discovered price lower, and then they ran into another auction down here. If price continues past these sellers win again. This becomes this becomes an order flow way to look at lower highs, lower lows. So this becomes a downtrend, like a mini one.
Just need to close below 64. Let me give you 64.59. Is it going to close on 3 or 5 minute chart? Yes, I will agree with shorts. Finally. We'll drop to 64.25. 30 points.
And they did it again. Okay, so here's a ton of resting liquidity at 55. So we'll watch the reaction here. He got filled. See, instead of closing the door behind him, the bid refreshed, filled back up behind him. So are we just testing that tail?
Okay, less than 3 minutes left on this candle. Let's see how we're going to close. If it's going to be steep, I want to see like higher immediately. If it's going to be closure below this level, 64.59, I want to see sell.
I feel like I'm cheating a little bit because I'm not in this trade, but I'm narrating it like I'm in it. I should be short from 80s. I don't know. Somebody that initial question when we first got in here was, how do you manage your conviction and your execution? Like, this is a good example of like me not necessarily doing that today. But also at the same time, you never lose money not placing the trade that you're sure about.
Mm-hmm. So
it's also okay to not be in the trade, but still watch the idea play out, because that's going to be a good rep for you. This screen time is important for me, especially because I'm not very good at being short. Is that 12:30? Yeah, we're almost there. Okay. No, this low's still good. This low's still good as long as that tail's respected. If anybody tries to party below the IB low and I mean we can really zoom in on this. If you look at these, so this is this liquidity down here, like pretty much per tick. Only 18 out of balance down here at 54. Only 18 lots were traded. The offer crossed onto the bid, filled 18, and then we bought back above this 55 guy. So this is this little tug of war down here. And if all this selling isn't able to push it any lower, this could be, a small trap. They can let off the gas, get back into balance. And it looks like the bid's stepping in, but yeah. So this is kind of like, you may see pictures of this later when on the internet of trap traders. This is what people often point to. Stuff like this. This is a bunch of selling that got exhausted from a delta point of view. I know you guys can't. Nobody can see that zoomed in, but yeah. Sure, Real Ridge Runner. I'm really focused on adding some value today. That's because I feel like I've been goofing off. No, Mia, I do not like longs. I do not like longs. I do not want to buy
I
this.
don't like as well.
We're just below everything. I mean, this isn't that high of a time frame, but like, I'll do yes because that's what I'm trading. Like, look at this. This is it's even funnier on a high time frame. Like, this is a cliff, man. And we are exploring lower. We are building volume below things. So like while we're down here building this, I can't buy this until we leave. So like if we abandoned this node that we're making down here, I would happily get back in for a retrace back to 66.40, back up in here to all this value. But while we're in it, especially on the downside of it, like I can't buy this. That's a knife. And who knows what else is down here? I don't know. My chart does not go back that far. Dasha, you said we're at the August low down here?
Yeah, we stuck here, right at this level.
That's crazy.
On NQ. Just to the tick close to this level right now on 5-minute chart. Wild. But no interest in this. I'm done for today. I'm not going to take any trades anymore. Happy with what I got.
Yeah.
Enough.
Yeah, it's hard to press a short into it. I mean, like, look at how many times they've tried to press in this low. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times now. We're on our 6th try to crack this spot. And they'll probably do it, but it's not as rewarding or as immediately rewarded as pressing into a high. I don't know why that is, but I have tried both. I have tried to use my strategy for pressing into a high mirrored on to pressing into a low, and that thing does not work. It is much harder to press into a low. No, I do like a short. I do like a short, but I just can't press into the low like this.
Yeah, especially if you're scalping, where's your stop loss at this point?
Yeah, yeah. Nope. Yeah, no. I got no place. I got no answer for that. Like they might push it now. They might push it at 3:30.
On NQ?
Oh, not
NQ would
price. I
like.
meant like the time.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, yeah. No, on NQ the lower spots I have just based on this stack crap I'm doing is like I mean they got close to hitting the first one, which is 430, and then the next one is 364.
Yeah, we'll see. Still stuck at 10 M open and NQ at August low. Same on the ES. No interest in trading this.
Mr. Monopoly says, Stowe, if I'm trading micros, is there a big difference between reading the ES versus the MES tape? Yes. Yes. There is a huge difference. They are two different markets. A lot of people don't know that, which is what it is. But those things are two different things. MES has a lot more volume, I believe. So, and you're looking at two different things. I like to look at ES. That's it. I don't look at anything that exists in MES or MNQ. I don't look at the orders. I don't look at the tape. I don't look at the delta. I don't look at the volume profile. I don't look at anything. I look at the minis. I trade the micros sometimes. Oh, definitely in MNQ. I don't trade NQ minis. I haven't in months and months. That's way too much size. But yeah, I have everything set to look at minis for my purposes.
Interesting because I'm looking at SPX right now. SPX opened means not huge gap, but we opened below sell side and we hit another sell side liquidity lower. Normally, I anticipate to get this situation back to the range, gap, not range, back to the gap, since we never traded into this gap yet on SPX. And after I saw, yeah, we hit sell side, I was super confident we should trade back to the this RTH gap and then continue going lower because we have some sell side lower on SPX, but that's really like lots of points to drop. So next up is 60 points lower. That's why I did not expect to get this today. And I was like, it's going to just retrace back to the range and we're going to just close there. But no, SPX has different plan.
Almost new low. So we got, what's 60 more points past this? So where's our low? Yeah, they're really stepping on it now. Okay, new low in ES. Ah, man.
NQ closed below sell side and 10 AM open. So yeah.
I'm gonna need to forget this day happened. It's a lot. It's there's a special pain that comes from having the idea and not executing it. And I don't know if it's worse than the feeling like you just don't know what to do. Because that's easy. You just don't do anything if you don't know what to do. But
I mean, it already happened.
Yeah.
So not even talk about this. We cannot bring this back, right?
It's true.
Yeah. Because I miss lots of traits as well. I know, like, I cannot take them again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, I mean, I had
Just
like
focus on another one.
this is also I mean, it's extremely easy to have an idea. Like when I got on, I was like, this low, we are going lower, right? And when did I think I said that like, I think price was at like 64.66. Or no, it was right here. 64.70. I was like, we are going lower. I really think that. I really believe that. That's one thing, right? We ended up going lower. Cool. Great. But we also went 22 points higher before we went lower. So, like, it's really easy to have an idea. It is
Exactly.
much, much harder to figure out, okay, how do I execute that idea? How do I express my view while managing risk appropriately? And I wasn't able to do it. Like, I don't have a single trade on this side. Nothing. It's just a big blank box. And I guess that's okay. It's okay to have an idea, but if you can't figure out how to execute it, you just can't figure out how to execute it. That's better than like forcing a trade, probably. Yeah, seller's big mad now. Is that a new low?
Today I drink water from Kostka, just for information. No hate today. Yes, Kirkland.
Kirkland's the best. Best brand ever.
Yep.
I gotta go Sunday. That's my plan.
I was there yesterday.
Yeah, weekdays the way to do it.
I picked my kids from daycare and we went to Kostka because they love hot dogs there. I was like, okay, let's go.
Yep. Nice. You better not fly here. Oh, nice. If somebody else got that short off my idea, good. Listen, it wasn't my idea, so it was an idea. Clearly, a lot of other people had that idea. That's what made it an idea. Is the people actually trading and moving the market made it an idea. I'm just some dummy looking at candles, but I'm glad you made money. That's good. That makes me feel good.
Well. Nothing is going on. Hope I lock my accounts. I love this feature on Trader Weight Prop. You can just lock everything.
Yep.
Best option ever.
Yep. That is great.
Seems like yes, took liquidity level. NQ failed.
Yep.
Yeah.
Is this an SMT? Is it happening right now?
Yes, exactly right.
Okay, cool. Nice. I'm learning. I'm learning. All right, cool.
One second, guys. Going to come back in one moment.
Take your time. Yeah, I agree, Flight here. That's what I'm looking at too. So if this is like, yeah, okay. So we continue. Also, we're still in a rotation from the high. So like we've now been in this. We've not had a 60-point rotation up since. Let me move my candles over a little bit. We've not had a 60-point rotation up since the 609 reset. So while ES came down, built a nice little node guy down here. NQ didn't do that. NQ just bricked back into this low. So now this low in NQ, it's not awesome. It's not terrible because they still keep pushing quickly out of the 450s. But now, like, yeah, Flight here said in the chat, I would say this 480 spot, you need this buying to not be rewarded and not be able to get back in the range if this is going to keep pushing lower. Because all these little guys, like this box, you can make a little box right here. This is an auction. Buyers, sellers, sellers won. Came down here, another tiny box. Pushed by, we couldn't get past the previous sellers. Came down, buyers, sellers, sellers won. Now we're coming back up into this. So if this is going to reset and price got too cheap, we're going to go back up in here, back into the balance, and then we'll see a new auction develop. But right, so we came down here. This was an auction. Buyers, sellers, buyers won that one. Higher, came back, retested. Now we're moving in a different direction. So there's tiny micro balances inside of this whole thing all day, and that's what we hone in as order flow traders. That's what we hone into to try to execute off of. So we have this micro idea to try to execute a slightly bigger idea out of. And when I was looking for it up here, I wasn't seeing it, but XY was seeing it. So that's why he was rewarded here with this short.
Wild. Because I'm looking right now at 30-minute chart on SPX, and I'm just trying to figure out what I would like to see in case, like, we're going to close below this low on 30-minute chart or hourly chart. Honestly, I'm not interested in shorts at all. Lows that we got today, I'm like pretty confident, like it's enough for the day. So actually, we can just consolidate until the end of the day. Maybe it will just break like a bit lower, but I don't expect to get huge sell off anymore. I did not expect to get this drop like as well. I didn't need this. What I expected to get, like, let's retrace to this gap and retrace back to the range. So yeah, that's it. At 4 p.m. we're closing here. That's strange price action. That's why I tried to long 3 times.
No, it's not bad. Yeah, I like both, man. I mean, they're both good. And this is a super crazy news driven tape. And it's super illiquid too, so you're getting moved out of positions extremely fast. Like whatever, like the president speaks, something happens in news, something happens with literally anything, and price goes. I mean, this was news right here. Somebody tweeted something and price moved 25 points and stopped me out on a position I was 20 points in profit for. I thought I was safe to get a cup of coffee. I was not. So literally anything can happen right now. It's good. It's good not to get married to any positions.
Yeah. I wouldn't mind to see 6,500 on ES, but considering current price action, probably this will not happen. So yeah. Are you going to participate on Monday competition? Micro Showdown?
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm in. I'm definitely in.
Yeah. I'm excited. Looking forward to this.
That's true. Is it full?
I don't think so.
Okay, cool. Good. Because I didn't register. I need to make sure I do that. Yeah, if you haven't,
make sure.
We should definitely plug that. So yes, it's the Micro Showdown. It's on Monday. I'm going to be partying in it for sure.
Yep.
But
guys, sign up. Sign up as soon as possible because I believe it's limited seats. It's going to just 1 day competition, $5,000 prize pool. First place is going to win $1,000. So you have options to trade micros. It's MenthorQ, micro ES, micro oil, micro gold, micro silver. So lots of opportunities for you guys, lots of different markets. So I'm going to participate as well. Come on, guys, join. It will be fun.
That's right, Jim. We're all partying. I shan't be pulling up any charts that I'm not used to, though. So I may be at a disadvantage. I won't be doing any metals, nor shall I be touching crude. I don't want that.
I'm killing, like I was trading oil this week and last week. I made most of my profit this week and last week from oil.
Really?
Yeah.
That's cool.
So, yeah, almost 5,000 participants.
Whoa. That's awesome.
Make sure.
Hell yeah. That's cool.
Someone said flip long.
Yeah, Fly here is a good trader.
I mean,
For sure.
if I didn't take 3 longs before, I would enter at long right now as well. But,
we got to clear this 64 guy. I am getting sold on the idea that this is a balanced day that will eventually become a capital D shape by the end of the day. They got some work to do. But once you look at a bunch of profiles and see some price action for a while, you can kind of give like this node here, smack dab in the middle of everything, is probably going to fill in. So they're probably going to goof around in here. Especially if it's going to be a true balance day, this will get filled in. These little guys will get cleaned up, and then we'll have excess at the high, excess at the low. But then at the same time, we're in a news crazy town market, so anything can happen.
TL needs to lose 98. So you don't want to see on oil a 99.40 first? I mean, yeah, technically we can retrace lower on oil to take this liquidity level at 97.70, but I still would like to see higher. Looking at floor chart, like seriously, makes lots of sense to hit a 99.43. So I kind of don't see huge sell-off on oil. I can anticipate retracement, but depends what you want to see. Like 97.50, probably yes, but just cannot see more yet. You want to see 200 on oil? Oh, that's a lot. Lots of people complaining about price on gas right now.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I have electric car.
Oh, that's cool.
Finally. I can laugh on this. But yeah, I saw prices on gas. It's like wild.
I think we're almost at $4 here.
Yes,
Yeah.
It's same here in Florida. Cost could be cheaper, I believe, but still.
Man, 64 guys still undefeated. Crazy. I'm definitely cooked though. This price action has definitely cooked me. This is another Friday where I'm like, it's gonna be good. It's gonna be good to close the chart.
Yep.
Hey,
Jim.
Hello.
how's it going, you two?
It's going good, brother. How are you?
Getting pumped up for Monday micro challenge with Lumi.
Woo! Yay! Woo! I'm excited.
I'm excited too. It's going to be a lot of fun.
Yep.
I know you already promoted Stowe, but anybody who wants to, you could. I think there's room left. You could pop in and click on that link, and
Yes.
it's a lot of fun. Real time NinjaTrader live trading platform. Looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's gonna be
One
awesome.
day.
Yay.
It's one day. This week was the March Madness. It was all week. That's a big commitment. Anybody in the chat still doing the March Madness? How you guys? Anybody in the top? There's a big chunk of money going out on this one.
Yeah, first place is like wild man.
I know, but it
He
takes
doesn't
commitment.
have sleep.
Anyway,
I
fantastic.
participated, by the way.
Say it again, Lumi.
I participated in this competition. I made $21,000 with 8
Whoa,
trades
whoa,
and just finished the day.
Woo!
that's
Yeah,
good. That's
I
good
didn't
work.
have goal to win because I know like these people don't sleep. They just trade. It's not for me.
I know. Number one guy's probably up $1 million. Maybe not that
Yeah,
much.
he's up like almost. I believe he was up to K. Let me see, 200. Oh my God,
How
it's
much?
just wild. 195 right now. It's just
Wow.
impossible to make this.
Wow. That's not bad. Not bad. Oh, in any event, well, thanks for being here with us, you guys. Let's give these two a round of applause. They did a fantastic job, especially for a Friday when the markets are going haywire.
Oh, big round.
Not a little round. We got a big round for sure. Before I let you guys go, plans for the weekend? Lumi, you go first.
Same as always. Ice skating, hockey, everything. Like it's always the same. I always have same Saturdays. For Sunday, I know we went to Strawberry Farm last week. We'll like this. Maybe we'll go again.
That's cool.
I think so.
Wow, that sounds
Yeah.
super, super fun. Stowe, what are you
Yep.
doing, man?
We're going swimming, and we're gonna look at cats, and that's probably gonna be it. This place that my family often adopts cats from just had a new litter of barn cats, so we're gonna go to the barn and see what those turkeys are up to. Yeah, it's pretty fun.
So you're gonna bring home a cat?
I don't know. I hope not, but I often get roped into that. So
Yeah. No, I know. I have a rescue of a rescue. I have a rescue dog who's been rescued twice.
you see them, and then you're like, "Oh my gosh, a kitten!"
I know.
And then you get them home, and they're like a terrorist in your own house, and you're
I
like,
know.
where is the cute moment from before? It's gone.
I know. My rescue dog is mad as a hornet all the time, and I still love him. Oh boy. Anyway, you guys, appreciate you. You guys have a fantastic, fantastic weekend, and I look
You
forward to
too.
talking to you and watching Lumi trade live on Monday. So
Same.
appreciate you guys. We're gonna do a quick edge
Bye,
report. We're
everyone.
gonna end the week.
Sounds good. Peace, guys.
All right, so let's just take a peek at gold really quickly here. I mean, I was talking to Shai a little while ago, and it was kind of perplexed me, right? Because we've had these markets were highly correlated on risk-off days going into today, and it was, everything's down except for energies. Everything else was down, right? Every single giant red candle that we saw. Today, it's a little bit different. We have a move up in gold today, right? We're bouncing off a really nice area of support, 43.75. That's about where my rectangle is on a daily chart. Also corresponds to that 150-day simple moving average. Look at that guy going right across. Also corresponds to, I'm going to give Blake Morrow credit for this, the 23.6% retracement from the recent high to low swing. So there's a lot of support right there, right? But look at the rest of the markets. Everything is, equities are down. We have, bonds are down a little bit. I'll talk about bonds in a second. Dollar is rallying like crazy. So we have this green candle today, and I was talking to Shai a little bit, and she's like, yeah, maybe this is finally becoming some kind of safe haven day today, right? Money's got to flow somewhere, so maybe it needs to flow into into some of the what used to be called safe havens. Haven't been that way, not recently, but maybe now it's starting to be that. So we'll keep that under our cap going into Monday. Also, Treasuries also hit a nice rally off the low. I'll show you that in a minute. But here's an intraday chart here right now on gold, and you can see after that initial balance, we had a nice lift up. This is a 10-minute candle chart, right? Broke above the London IB high. Relatively early into the US IB, and then we kept going. Then we broke out. We had a breakout to the upside above Jax 3, above one-day max, above previous session's highs even, and we tapped that blind spot too, which is a MenthorQ secret sauce level. I love the blind spot. It's to text activity, and we just, sure enough, we tagged it. So we didn't get the call resistance at 4,600 yet. We don't have much of a retracement back down at all. I'd be surprised if we get a VWAP touch all the way back here. That would be giving up a lot of ground that we gained today. I don't expect that. As a matter of fact, I'm thinking previous session's highs is going to act a little bit like support. Look at that volume node right there. It's a pretty good volume node, right? Volume is accumulating there. Maybe it becomes a point of control between now and the end of the day. So short of some type of unusual or unplanned news, which we've been getting a lot of, I'm going to use this as my kind of gravity here for the rest of the trading sessions. That's 45.41, give or take a few ticks either way. Let's go over to the Treasury bonds, though, because this is also interesting. And so you get, if this was following suit, right? If this was following suit, Bitcoin's down 1.27%, ES is down 1%, NASDAQ is down 1.34%. Based on recent correlations, this should be lower, right? But no, we had a big sell-off pre-market, and this was, all the way down to that one-day min, and then we had just a steady march up, steady march up. Then we recaptured VWAP, right? Buyers are in charge at the end of this candle, right? And this candle was 1040 to 1050. Continuation buying, pause, continuation buying, right? So we blew through S1. We got all the way up to Jax 2. And then previous sessions lows now is kind of acting as an area of interest. Now the official point of control is all the way down here at 112 and 4/32, and we could possibly end up back down here. By the way, just a little bit more bad news, but we didn't. So a little bit more. I don't know. Maybe some profit taking, maybe some hedging, but maybe a little bit of flight to safety is popping back in here right now as equities are breaking bad. So we'll keep an eye on that this market as well. If we get it's not over today for this market. I think we could have some movement here. And really, the Globex open up here is back at Globex close. I'm sorry, from last night, 112.26 30 seconds. And really, super briefly here, we're just going to look at the E-mini S&P. I know we've had a lot of stock index futures chat this today. Again, orderly sell-off after that, during that London IB, and then a continuation, orderly sell-off. Remember, PAX has a number at 64.40. We haven't got there yet. This is right by that S2 and that one-day min. My guess is we are going to see it. However, keep in mind, the point of control, it's a small B shape distribution. All the actions down here, it's all low, and it's kind of a dominant point of control. So even with the big sell-off here, unless we kind of break this S2 and this one-day min, my guess is this is going to have a little bit of gravity up here around 64, 61 to 64.50. So that is this afternoon's Edge Report. And we are wrapping it up for the week. I do want to kind of remind everybody, Sunday night, we have a great lineup Sunday night. We have our Sunday night show. It's 2 hours now. It's not 1 hour. Starts at 6 p.m. with Craig Shapiro and company. And then right after that first hour, you have Craig, you'll have Farm, Sarah, and Pax will be back Sunday night, 6 to 7. It's a really good kind of wrap up from the previous week and a look forward. It's an best damn Sunday show there is. And then immediately after that, seamlessly, production keeps rolling in our colleagues at Kraken for the crypto closeout. So if you're interested in anything crypto, these guys are on spot and they're really good at answering questions. So feel free to join Ponzi Trader and Trader Main on the show, and they do have a special guest. So it'll be an excellent Sunday night. So in the meantime, it is the weekend. And thank you for the kind words, everybody in the chat. I appreciate everybody being here with us this week. It's been spectacular. Thank you for the subscriptions, all that stuff. But especially important going into the weekend, please be safe out there. Be good to each other. We'll see you soon.